Committee on Financial Services will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Today's hearing is entitled Oversight of the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Federal Housing Administration. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in our record. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Good morning. I'd like to thank our Secretary, Scott Turner, for being with us and applaud his work to reform the structure of HUD, refocus the department on its core missions, and roll back misguided Biden-era rules and regulations. Today, our members will review HUD's work with Secretary Turner at the helm and discuss the department's future direction under his leadership. We find ourselves at a pivotal moment in our nation's housing landscape, one that necessitates thoughtful reform and clear-eyed focus on the needs of the American people. Under the Biden administration, HUD drifted from its core mission, becoming weighed down by misguided regulations that stifled innovation and limited access to affordable housing. Several of these Biden-era rules have been proven ineffective and counterproductive, which is why HUD is refocusing its policies and programs to deliver safe and accessible housing for the American people. We're witnessing rising costs, shifting demographics, and changing economic realities that demand a fresh approach. Every event I attend at home in Arkansas, citizens tell me how shocking the impact of the Biden inflation is on their household budgets. In the Biden-era home construction, prices soared. Home financing jumped in the Fed's fight against their own policy eras, joined by the Biden administration's fiscal extravagance. Access to affordable homes and apartments continue to challenge American families, driven by these high costs, exacerbated by a persistent shortage of housing supply relative to growing demand. Americans' challenges are further compounded by the deficiencies in HUD's oversight framework and regulatory red tape that have contributed to limited housing inventory and reduced access to affordable housing in many areas across our country. These shortcomings underscore the need for bipartisan legislative action to reduce regulatory barriers and expand housing supply. This committee has been laser-focused on addressing the high cost of living and housing as a key component. Last month, our committee overwhelmingly passed the bipartisan Housing for the 21st Century Act, which works to streamline housing development and affordability by updating outdated programs, removing regulatory roadblocks, and increasing local flexibility. I look forward to hearing more today, Mr. Secretary, about your views on this important legislation. While streamlining development is critical, these reforms must be paired with improved accountability to ensure that they deliver results. Strengthening accountability benefits homeowners and renters while also safeguarding taxpayers by ensuring their hard-earned dollars are used efficiently and effectively. Let's be frank, Biden's HUD failed in its oversight of our local public housing authorities between missing funds, unsafe public housing, and outrageous, appalling landlords in the Section 8 voucher program. With your leadership, Mr. Secretary, I hope we can tackle this mess together. It's imperative that Congress work with HUD to make the necessary changes to the department's programs, ensuring they are responsive and effective for all Americans. This hearing is an opportunity to reaffirm that commitment and our joint commitment on both sides of the aisle to the principles of accountability, innovation, and responsiveness in government. I look very much forward to the hearing, the questions of our members, and Secretary Turner's engagement with us on how we can pave a way for a stronger, more effective housing and urban development. I yield back the balance of my time. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member of our full committee, Mrs. Waters of California, for 4 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. After countless calls for hearings, warnings, and questions from committee Democrats, I'm glad this day has finally come. Secretary Turner, we had a good meeting in my office, and we spoke about a lot of things. You told us you were taking inventory at HUD so it could better achieve its goals. Well, I told you I was going to work with my staff and take a look at the inventory that you have taken. This inventory that you've taken as HUD secretary, and I found that it was completely inadequate. Homelessness is surging, high housing prices are locking millions of out-of-home ownership. Instead of meeting the national housing crisis with urgency or competence, it seems that you have made this crisis even worse, and even Trump knows it. Now, from day one, you have worked from the inside to weaken HUD and Americans' housing supply. And I don't know, and hopefully through the questioning, we will find out whether or not it was you or Elon Musk or what was going on that you fired so many employees. Immediately after taking office, you halted fair housing and civil rights investigations, making discrimination in housing as acceptable as it was in the 1940s. Next, now I'm really surprised. You shuttered regional and field offices, stripping families of the support they need to stay or get housed. It looks as if, and I came over, if you can recall, I came over in a little protest action and, tried to get in touch with you, but I didn't realize it was as bad as it is. You terminated more than 780 HUD employees, including public servants whose expertise is essential to administering housing programs, enforcing civil rights, and preventing homelessness. As a matter of fact, it has been described to me that HUD is only a shadow of what it should be, it was. Let me be clear. Forcing hundreds of public servants out the door does not make HUD more efficient. It makes the agency weaker and does nothing to make housing affordable. Well, as I've talked with my staff and the work that we have done and they have done, you went on to roll back the equal access rule, tearing down long-standing protections against discrimination for women, children, and LGBTQ plus individuals. Last week, I'm told, you proposed a rule that would make it more difficult for victims and housing providers to enforce the rights under laws. And it also says that you attempted to slash critical homelessness funding and undermine proven programs like Housing First. Experts warn that this will punish more than 170,000 vulnerable Americans back into the streets. And thankfully, the courts, I understand, forced you to retract that proposal. Secretary Turner, for the past year, we have watched you push ideology-driven housing policies like Trump dismisses the affordable housing crisis he created as a, quote, hoax, scam, and con job, unquote. The only con job I can see that this president and his cronies are trying to convince Americans that he cares about affordability more than he cares about winning in November. Now, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the bipartisan work this committee has done on housing, particularly passing the Housing for the 21st Century Act, but we need more strong pro-housing leadership at HUD to truly end this crisis. And Secretary Turner, I don't know if you understood what this job was all about, but I'm wondering, especially as you propose to cut HUD's budget by half. And so,
Gentlewoman yields back.
well, the gentlewoman has to yield back, but we have more questions. Thank you very much.
We will recognize you for those questions. We now recognize the chair of the subcommittee on housing and insurance, Mr. Flood of Nebraska. 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to host the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner, at his first hearing with House Financial Services Committee. Housing costs have been rising for the last several years, and it is more important than ever before that we focus our committee's work on solutions that will bring housing costs down and increase housing supply. The bipartisan Housing for the 21st Century Act is the result of much of that work. The Housing for the 21st Century Act slashes red tape, cuts costs, and removes government barriers to building more housing in this country. While we have been working hard in this committee, I know that Secretary Turner has been hard at work to address some of these problems from within the department as well. I look forward to your testimony, Secretary Turner, your views on the legislation that we've been working on, and I hope we can use today's hearing as an opportunity to collaborate on the best path forward to address rising housing costs. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance, Mr. Cleaver, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for meeting with me. Executive agencies face political pressure to take action that may not be sound public policy. HUD's decisions carry significant consequences for millions of Americans and public and private partners. I, as mayor of Kansas City, had an opportunity to do a lot of work with HUD, and I understand this. Recent shifts in HUD policy and budget raise questions about the long-term impact on vulnerable communities. Congressman Lawler and I have a bill to require HUD to testify annually regardless of the administration, and I hope that you would support that. My first and foremost goal is oversight and constructive path forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Today, again, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Scott Turner, the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Secretary Turner, we thank you for taking time to be with us today. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony. And without objection, your written statement will be made part of our record. Secretary Turner, you're now recognized for your oral statement.
Well, thank you, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and distinguished members of this committee. Happy to be here with you this morning. Thank you for this chance to testify today about what HUD has been doing the past year to spur prosperity in our communities, safety in our streets, and homeownership across America. Under President Trump's leadership, we are fulfilling our mission of fostering strong communities by supporting access to quality, affordable housing, expanding the housing supply, unlocking homeownership and opportunities for the American people. And we're doing that by empowering Americans and cutting red tape instead of intruding government power into every corner of Americans' lives. As part of our campaign against overregulation, we eliminated the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, which really turned HUD into a national zoning board and robbed the local communities of their zoning powers. The result was rising home prices and saddling communities with more red tape. And to be quite honest, AFFH did not build one home in America. HUD doesn't just promote housing affordability, we also help Americans recover after natural disasters. We've given disaster survivors more flexibility in how they use recovery funds, and we have also allocated more than $12 billion to assist the American people. This aid provides survivors with a crucial helping hand to rise from the ruins of storms and floods. Disaster relief is just one part of our mission. HUD defended women in shelters by ending the enforcement of a Biden-era policy that forced them to share spaces with men who claimed to identify as women. Women in these shelters oftentimes have suffered from severe trauma, like sexual assault or domestic violence, or both. It is outrageous, committee, that such women were put in danger in the name of far-left gender ideology, and restoring safety to these shelters marked a return to sanity. Caring for the vulnerable people in this country also means helping the homeless. We're restoring balance to the continuum of care program and prioritizing treatment and recovery, as well as other supportive services to address the root problems of homelessness and keep our streets safe. This is a marked difference from the Biden-era policy of throwing taxpayer dollars at the issue and calling it a day without any real results. My uncle, for example, is a good example of how we and other options beside forcing homeless Americans into permanent dependence on government. He was a homeless, broken veteran with a debilitating disease. But my family and I took him in, took care of him, and made sure that he got wraparound services that he needed. He would not have been better helped by being thrown into permanent public housing with no long-term treatment. He was able to live the rest of his life and die in dignity. Vulnerable Americans benefit when we get them real treatment, and we're making sure our efforts are helping the American people. We are reducing barriers facing homeless Americans that keep them from accessing evidence-based treatment and achieving successful long-term recovery from drug addiction to ultimately becoming productive citizens. We eliminated non-permanent residence eligibility for FHA-insured mortgages. And we are auditing public housing authorities to ensure taxpayer dollars don't support illegal aliens. American dollars should benefit American citizens and American citizens only. By focusing on our core mission, HUD provided a pathway for home ownership and supported housing affordability for more than 1 million Americans through FHA and Ginnie Mae. We also take stewardship very seriously, so we're cracking down on waste and fraud and abuse. Our Office of the Chief Financial Officer uncovered more than $5 billion in potential payment errors, over $50 billion in total rental assistance for the fiscal year 2024. And that includes money that went to nearly 30,000 dead people. That is ludicrous. It's ridiculous to even think or talk in such a way. It's a violation of our sacred trust to American taxpayers, and it has to end, and it will. To help prevent fraud, waste, and abuse, we're taking steps to improve recipient and sub-recipient reporting, enhance HUD monitoring capabilities, and streamline grants management. And we're rooting out corruption at public housing authorities and private multifamily owners, as seen by our action to address fraud in the Atlantic City Housing Authority and New York City Housing Authorities. Finally, committee, as part of making HUD run more efficiently, we have established a new HUD Efficiency Task Force to promote efficiency gains, benefiting the American people. We've made tremendous strides over the past year, and under President Trump, we'll continue promoting housing affordability and cultivating the independence, freedom, and enterprise that paved the way to the American dream of home ownership. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you so much. Thank you, committee members. I look forward to engaging with you.
Well, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. We'll now turn to member questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. I want to thank you for your work serving as our secretary. I want to particularly say thank you for your passion for bringing prosperity across the country, for lifting people up out of poverty into an opportunity for success. I think back of your good work in the first Trump administration, leading the way to expand opportunity zones across the country. So thank you for all your commitment to ensuring that our federal housing programs help people in need rather than hinder them. It's been nearly a generation since Congress enacted comprehensive reform of HUD. The last major effort was the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1999, which passed when the average home price was $160,000. Inflation adjusted, that's about $315,000. And HUD's budget in that year was $12 billion. Today, the average home price is closer to $400,000, and under the Biden administration, HUD's requested budget reached $72 billion. Yet much of the department still operates under statutory and regulatory frameworks designed for a housing market that simply doesn't exist any longer. That's why this committee has advanced legislation such as the Housing for the 21st Century Act, which would go of modernizing outdated programs, removing unnecessary regulatory barriers, and encouraging local development so that housing can be built faster, more affordably, and with greater accountability. Mr. Secretary, from your perspective, why is it so difficult for Congress to enact legislation that modernizes the HUD programs and HUD authorities?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, that is a question that I ask myself. You know, I think a lot of times just a mindset and, you know, doing things the same way because we've always done it. But I think with this issue that we have in our country with housing affordability, accountability, transparency, that it is Congress that working in a bipartisan manner, as it seems you all have, to bring up reforms, to make codes more modern, to help housing affordability. And I know it has been difficult through the years, but I would encourage the members of this committee and the entire Congress to look at the issue in our country. Housing, to me, is not political. Housing impacts all 350 million people in our country. And so whatever ways we can come up with to bring down the cost of housing, to take down regulatory barriers, as you said in the bill that you all have been working on, I think is a great idea. And I encourage the bipartisanship. I encourage working across the aisle, member to member, to accomplish and attack these problems.
Well, I appreciate that. And I do thank Chairman Flood and Ranking Member Cleaver and the Ranking Member of the full committee working collaboratively to break down some of these barriers, find compromise, find opportunities to even authorize programs that have never been authorized or reformed in decades. And so that's the work this committee has been committed to tackle that, because we know it has direct results of more affordable building policies, lowering construction costs, increasing affordability through the steps we've taken. I want to turn to my home state of Arkansas for a moment and the deeply troubling situation that we've had for the past several years at the Little Rock Housing Authority. What's occurred there is truly baffling to me and frankly inconceivable. Residents are now at risk of displacement through no fault of their own. They're paying the price for repeated failures by the housing authority itself, including not filling out required audits. They're engaging in reckless decision-making that puts both residents and taxpayers at risk. And I've written multiple letters expressing my dismay, including the request of the HUD Office of Inspector General to investigate the matter. Then I have to tell you, Mr. Secretary, I've been disappointed in the city's oversight of the Public Housing Agency, their board of directors, the local HUD office in Little Rock, the regional office in Dallas-Fort Worth. And if it's happening in Little Rock, I know it's happening across the country where taxpayers are not being dealt with fairly, but more importantly, our citizens dependent on a Section 8 voucher program to be in a safe, clean housing situation are finding disasters. And I wondered, could you provide me an update regarding would you be willing to give me an update on Little Rock Housing Authority?
Yes, sir. In this brief moment that I have, our team has been in touch with your team, and we've sent multiple communications there to the Little Rock Housing Authority, and we are shining a light on accountability and transparency there, but also all of our PHAs around the country. And public housing should be safe housing, which we can talk about going forward in the committee. But yes, sir, we are on top of this issue.
Good. Well, I know members on both sides of the aisle are concerned about safe, sound, sanitary, effective public housing for those citizens that have to use that as a resource. And many of our members grew up in public housing, and we want to make sure that it's safe and sound. I thank you for that. And I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes for your questions.
Thank you so very much, Chairman Hill. You spoke of Mr. Secretary Turner's passionate housing concerns. I want you to know I come from a family of 12 brothers and sisters. We lived in inadequate housing, and so it was worse than inadequate. And I want you to know nobody's passion could be any more deeper than mine about housing. So, Secretary Turner, the president, desperate and sacred of November elections, scrambled last night to get out his executive order banning institutional investors like private equity from purchasing single-family homes. While the motives are questionable, I support the concept, as I've always and proudly prioritized affordable home ownership and housing for Americans. However, you, Secretary Turner, throughout 2025 sold over $1.3 billion in distressed mortgages to those same corporate investors, denying real people a chance to buy those homes. In fact, 2 days before Trump initially tweeted about the ban, you announced yet another sale of these distressed assets to private equity. Under the Biden-Harris administration, HUD finalized a rule to ensure that when distressed housing assets are sold to investors, home buyers get the first shot at buying them after the foreclosure. It's called First Look. But you have repeatedly waived this rule, putting private equity before people, including for the sale. HUD announced 2 weeks ago you had the chance to give families a better shot at home ownership, and you choose not to. When President Trump, in his executive order, directs you to use first look policies following in the footsteps of Democrats. Now, Secretary Turner, I hope you can now agree that people deserve to be prioritized over corporations in light of President's order and HUD's upcoming sale of distressed assets in February. Will you commit to canceling the sale to institutional investors, or at least restore the safeguards which gave home buyers the opportunity to purchase any foreclosed homes that result from it? I don't want a long answer, just yes or no.
Thank you, Ranking Member Waters. At FHA, when we have these, it is owner-occupant.
Yes or no?
I will look into the numbers that you just gave me with my team, but we will uphold the law at FHA and make sure we safeguard FHA and prioritize the American homeowner.
Is that yes or no, Mr. Turner?
That's my commitment, that we'll safeguard the American homeowners, and I will get back to you on the numbers that you just gave me.
Okay, last year you also cut the first look period for similar HUD real estate owned or REO assets from 30 to 15 days. Now, would you commit to increasing this time framework back to 30 days to allow homeowners more time to purchase their homes? Yes or no?
Ranking Member, we are committed to ensuring that FHA is solvent and that we protect FHA for the American people.
Yes or
That
no?
timeline is always under analysis and review. There's reasons why we cut it down.
only
We
have
don't
so
want
many minutes.
FHA
Yes
homes
or
just
no?
sitting on the market. And so we have to do the best thing to keep
Secretary
FHA
Turner,
secure.
a core HUD function is to enforce civil rights laws to everyone, no matter their race, religion, creed, or color, can live in a thriving neighborhood. But you have spent the past year abandoning that responsibility by cutting the staff of the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Employment, or FHEO, by 70%, withdrawing any discrimination guidance and refusing to accept discrimination claims based on sexual orientation or gender identity. HUD whistleblowers then shared with you their leadership team that said that fair housing is not a priority and described their full fair housing staff as, quote, optics problem, quote, unquote, and issued gag orders to stop staff from following the law to help those denied housing. Now it looks like you are weaponizing fair housing enforcement as the Trump administration does its best to cover up the murder by ICE of an American citizen. As the DOJ investigates the Minnesota Authority General and Governor, you suddenly are deploying what remains of FHEO staff to investigate the city of
Gentlewoman's
Minneapolis.
time has
And I
expired.
rest.
Please respond to the ranking member in writing, Mr. Secretary. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who chairs our task force on monetary policy, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Turner, for being here today. Secretary Turner, last year this committee overwhelmingly passed H.R. 6644, or the Housing for the 21st Century Act, thanks to the leadership of Chairman Hill and Housing Chairman Flood. This vote demonstrates a strong bipartisan commitment to making housing more affordable, a goal I know you share. One theme of the bill is the need for deregulation to lower housing costs. Can you share more about the work the agency is doing to cut red tape? How can this committee partner with you to build on the actions you've taken?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I appreciate your question. The first thing we did when we came in, and the ranking member alluded to, we want to take inventory of every program at HUD, and part of that was seeing what is causing us not to carry out the mission and what is helping us to carry out the mission as it pertains to housing affordability. And so deregulation is of top priority. The first thing we did was take down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, which really made HUD or Washington a national zoning board, and we restored the zoning capabilities and freedom back to the localities. Regulations, both from a federal level, but even more so from a local level, are crippling and have crippled development and building construction in our country. And so this is of utmost priority for us, and it will continue to be so.
Secretary, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act was passed 30 years ago to make it easier for tribes to access HUD programs. It's been extremely successful, particularly for tribes in Oklahoma. Thank you, Secretary Turner, for your continued support of the program, which makes a tremendous difference in improving housing access to tribal citizens. While Congress needs to reauthorize NAHASDA, can you share more of how HUD is working with those who face unique housing and economic challenges like Native communities?
Yes, sir. As you know, I have traveled extensively, both in the first Trump administration leading the opportunity zones and this administration to our tribal nations and have great relationships with our tribes across our country. I recently, last year, was in Alaska to visit our tribes, and so we want to continue to support NAHASDA and ONAP from our ONAP office and make sure that they continue to have their sovereignty and flexibility as it pertains to housing and affordability on our tribes.
In my remaining time as Secretary, you previously led the Interagency Opportunity Zones Initiative. How is HUD building on that progress and encouraging long-term investments in low-income communities?
Yes, sir. I'm very excited about the Working Family Tax Cuts Bill, which made opportunity zones permanent. I'm looking forward to working with the whole of government, both state, local, and federal, and private sector partners who are deeply involved in making sure the opportunity zones achieve the mission which they do. The first one, tranche of opportunity zones, over $90 billion of private money was invested in opportunity zones, creating over 300,000 housing units and lifting 1 million people out of poverty. And I will suspect that the next round of opportunity zones, we will do even better for the American people, in particular when you talk about building affordable housing and job creation. And so I'm very excited in the days ahead of the opportunity zone legislation. So thank you and your colleagues for making this a permanent policy in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your work, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, who is the ranking member of the House Small Business Committee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
You can see me. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Mr. Turner, a leaked draft of HUD's proposed mixed status rule is likely to force impacted families to choose between separating as a family to keep their family or face eviction and potentially homelessness. Is it HUD's intention to force families to separate? Yes or no? Yes
Thank
or
you.
no,
Thank you,
please.
ma'am. I really appreciate that. I'm doing my best to hear you and listen. Our intention literally is to uphold the law and to take care of our homeless neighbors around our
So
country.
it is a yes answer. Can you explain why HUD is forcing families to choose between separation or eviction and homelessness?
No, ma'am, HUD is not causing people to choose between separation and homelessness. We're doing the very best we
Well,
can
that
to
proposed
serve our
rule
homeless neighbors.
will have that effect. It will separate families, or it will increase homelessness in this country. If experts are already saying the proposed rule will have similar effects to the 2019 proposed rule, which was widely criticized, why is HUD proposing changes to this rule?
Well, ma'am, I'm not sure which experts you're talking about, but at HUD, we deal with
here,
homelessness every single
expert,
day. Yeah.
low-income housing.
I'm happy
Yes.
to give that to our staff so we can review
Chairman.
that. But the experts, they don't work on homelessness day in and day out like we do.
Reclaiming my time, I would like to introduce this report to the record.
Without objection, will be included in the record.
Sir, Americans, as you stated, are facing an affordability challenge, and we need to free up these units for American citizens. That is the argument of the administration. So mixed status families make up less than 1% of families participating in HUD's multi-family housing programs and are already paying their fair share. The current rule already prohibits non-citizens from receiving a rent subsidy. Do you know how many American families are currently estimated to be on the Section 8 program waiting list nationwide?
Yes, ma'am. What I do know is that at HUD, even with record funding, we're only able to serve 1 out of 4 families that are in need.
Okay, so more than 737,000 families. This rule is expected to impact 25,000 mixed families, which means more than 712,000 families will still be waiting for a voucher, which doesn't solve the housing affordability challenge President Trump promised to solve. This will not solve the problem, and it will explode homelessness in our country. So my question to you is, if one of the immediate effects of the proposed rule is to explode homelessness in our country, why is that the president proposed a $27 million cut to homeless assistance for FY26? How do you reconcile one thing with the other?
Thank you, Congressman. What I do know is that with record funding, homelessness went up 33%. 770,000 people on one single night in our country were homeless with record funding. So to me,
And
it's
you're
not,
gonna solve the
it's not a
problem
money
by
problem, it's a stewardship
implementing
problem.
reclaiming my time, you will solve the problem by implementing this mixed status rule, exploring homelessness, and cutting $27 million to the homelessness program in this country. Wouldn't HUD want to support states and localities with the resources to deal with the homelessness problem your proposal will cause?
Well, ma'am, you keep saying that we're cutting. It's record funding for
It is.
homelessness, so I'm not sure what report you're reading. We're not cutting funded homelessness. Matter of fact, it's the largest
It
allocation
is
of resources for homelessness.
$27 million less than fiscal year 25. So when does HUD expect to release the proposal of the mixed status rule?
It's still under conversation, ma'am. You know I can't speak about that right now.
Okay, well, I hope if you get the 95% comments that will negatively reject this mixed
Gentlewoman's time has
proposal, that
expired.
you will withdraw that rule, because it's
The
still
gentlewoman's time has
conceived and
expired.
is
The gentleman from Michigan,
means
Mr.
theoretic.
Heisinger, who's the vice chairman of our full committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Turner, good to see you again, and I appreciate your attendance here today. And first, I want to say thank you for speaking with me last week on the phone and about our shared priorities, and especially the state of low-income housing in my district. And I also appreciate your staff who took the time for a call with the mayor of Kalamazoo, David Anderson, and an organization called Integrated Services of Kalamazoo to discuss homelessness and homeless projects and programs that we have. Back specifically, though, I do also want to highlight a project in Benton Harbor, Michigan, in my district. It's called Harbor Towers. Dating back to 2011, residents have been complaining about the conditions that they have experienced there, including no heat, hot water, security concerns. In 2024, I visited the property myself with Mayor Marcus Mohammed to bring attention to a housing development that has long been neglected. Now, it's my understanding, we got the ball rolling then, but it's my understanding that the funding for this project is set to close in March of this year. And I just want to get your commitment that you are going to work with me and the fine folks there to see that project through.
Yes, sir, Congressman, thank you. You know, we are more than willing to work with you in your office to make sure that the people that are living there are living in the best conditions possible, and that we are stewarding well over taxpayer dollars and carrying out HUD's mission. So,
And both of those things can happen. We can be both the steward and provide proper housing for those folks, and that's an important component of this. So I appreciate your support, and I know the residents of Harbor Towers will be very, very glad to hear that much-needed funding has been secured. And lastly, I'd love to invite you to the 4th District. It's one of the most beautiful districts that you'll ever see. I don't care what my other colleagues say. But I do highly recommend sometime in the spring, maybe the summer. Benton Harbor is right on the shores of Lake Michigan. Love to get you there. Love to get you to Kalamazoo and Battle Creek, Cereal City, USA, where we could take a look at a few of those projects that are in the district. So look forward to working, hopefully, with your schedule on that. There's a lot of folks that get support in Michigan, but I think it's important that you come to Southwest Michigan to see some of those challenges that we have. Something you and I have discussed in the past, and I know you touched on in your testimony, and I believe the chair brought up in his opening statement, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to expand on the work HUD is doing to hold local housing authorities accountable. So could you please expand on that work?
Sure, thank you. You know, when we came in, a lot during the Biden administration, a blind eye had been turned to transparency and accountability in our public housing authorities. We have 3,800 public housing authorities around our country, urban and rural. And we came in with the idea and the intention to hold public housing authorities accountable for those that live inside of public housing authorities, the living conditions inside of public housing authorities. And so we've been working with Department of Homeland Security and other federal agency partners to make sure that those that are living inside of HUD-funded properties are indeed American citizens, that they are upholding the living conditions that they're supposed to be upholding for our people that live inside of those. Public housing should be safe housing. And so we have a task force. We announced a new hotline that people can call if there's nefarious activity going on in our public housing authorities. 1-800-347-3735 is a number that people can call to our hotline with our Office of Inspector General. There's drug trafficking, there's sex trafficking, there's domestic violence. There's all kind of things that are going on criminally inside of housing authorities, and I'm not willing to turn a blind eye to that anymore. But we need to protect our women, our children, and our families to be safe in housing authorities. So I unapologetically want to say we're going to root out crime and come for those who are doing criminal and nefarious activity because we will not stand for that any longer, sir.
Amen. Thank you for that. The folks that they're supposed to be serving deserve that. One last thing here in the closing moments. I want to talk a little bit about home ownership. I actually happen to be a former realtor. Family is involved in construction. I appreciated our time that we spent this fall at HUD's Innovative Housing Showcase that was on the mall. Unfortunately, in the midst of that, we found out about the shooting of Charlie Kirk, which cast a bit of a cloud on that. But with respect to modular manufacturing, factory-built housing, I can't believe my time is up. All right, I will ask the question in writing, Mr. Chairman.
you,
and I just want to
Vice
see
Chairman.
how we are helping out using modular.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, the ranking member on our subcommittee on capital markets, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, you spoke with great pride about how your department has helped disaster victims. That's chiefly through the CDBG-DR program. Now, the biggest disaster we've had in the last 12 months or so is the LA fires, well over $100 billion of damage. Thank you for visiting in March. One thing that your department has done is a 90-day moratorium for mortgage foreclosures, but that was already a matter of California state law, so it was really illusory action. You don't have a CDBG-DR program for the LA fires, so you haven't done anything for the biggest disaster this country has faced, not one penny, although you speak about how important it is to help people in disasters. Do you support a CDBG-DR program for the LA fires?
Sir, I did go out there, and thank you for bringing that up, Congressman.
Do you support?
And when I went out there, I met with local authorities,
Sir,
Mayor Karen Bass and
I'm
others.
going to reclaim my time and ask you to ask, do you support a CDBG program for the LA fires, or you don't, or you just want to tell me how interesting your trip was, which I don't have time to hear?
No, I wasn't interested, sir. I was actually disappointed in the leadership in California, to be honest.
So you're saying that the people in my district should be shafted because you don't like our politicians?
Not at all. I'm not
Do
saying.
you support a CDBG program for the victims of the fires, not given that you don't like our governor, et cetera?
This has nothing to do with who I like, sir.
Okay,
I
do you support a CDBG program for the LA fires, or do you want to just come here, talk about how you want to help disaster victims, and then not give them one penny?
Last year, we gave $12 billion in CDBG-DR. $12 billion.
Any of it to the LA fires?
I think-
1 penny for the LA fires?
That's
How much
all
to the LA
public.
fires?
That's all public. You can go find out. But yes,
Zero.
support
I already
CDBG-DR.
found out. Zero. You come here, you speak about helping disaster victims. This is the biggest disaster. You haven't done a penny, and you say it's because you don't like politicians, or you just say because you're just not going to bother to support aid to for those who suffered the biggest disaster on the watch of this administration.
Sir,
Yes.
I did not say I did not like politicians.
Okay, well, maybe you like
I
politicians.
said the leadership in California is the one that you need to be talking to. They're the
Are
ones
you
that are
saying that
failing
the
people
leadership in
California.
I should talk to the leadership in California about why your department, you come here and you say that you're proud of helping the victims of disasters. You haven't done a single penny, not one penny, for the LA fires, and I should go talk to California politicians about why you haven't provided and do not support a single penny for those
You need
victims?
to talk to the leadership in California about how they're stewarding over the funds that they do have to help those in Palisades and Altadena.
So you're saying you should do nothing because California should do it on its own with the funds that it already has? Why do you come here and tell us how much your department helps disaster victims when with the biggest disaster your response is, oh, the local government should handle that and we should do nothing?
I'll repeat, $12 billion.
$12 billion
that went out.
to, how much of that $12 billion came from your department and went to the LA fire victims?
You can go find out.
I know, I already found out, $0.00. Now, you can try to take credit for what other agencies have done, but you came here to talk about your department helping fire victims, and your department has helped fire victims by providing $0.00. How can you speak with pride about your department helping fire victims, helping the victims of disaster, when you provided zero and you don't, apparently, I keep asking you to say that you support doing something in the future with perhaps a supplemental appropriation. Do you support a CDBG program funded by Congress to help the victims of the LA fires?
Sir, I did answer that question. I do support CDBG DR.
For the LA fires?
For all of fire, flood, and victims of disasters and storms around our country.
Because my Republican colleagues have said they're ready to go with a supplemental appropriation when they get the signal from the administration that the administration supports it. You're here from the administration. Do you support CDBG that would include the fires in Los Angeles?
Sir, like I've told other members of this committee, I'm happy to work with you and your staff and this committee to make sure.
I'm asking, do you
uphold
support it? Can you answer?
I did.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Secretary Turner, welcome.
Thank you.
Your knowledge of not only this issue comes from experience in the first administration, but also in your service to the state of Texas. And I have watched you and known you for many years and have great admiration for not just your integrity, but your ability to move forward with answers. This morning, you've had an opportunity to highlight the things which are important to you. You've talked about 3,800 housing authorities. You've talked about HUD, by and large, helps 1 in 4 families that actually need help. These were things that we understood during the Biden administration. We had a difficult time getting the Biden administration to even come to talk with us, mostly because they did not report to work. You've had an opportunity to dig into, from a perspective of looking high down low at municipal governance, the things that they do, whether it be their own housing authorities or otherwise. There's an issue now of private investors versus this opportunity. Who is going to, or what would be your idea versus municipal governance and this issue about private investors really coming in and building housing quickly? Housing that could be paid for with tax dollars, meaning that they would provide property taxes back when not owned by the municipalities. Can you talk to me about your guidance of this difference between money for these agencies that are run by local authorities versus private investors?
Yes, sir, Congressman. Just so I can understand, could you repeat that? I'm trying to get a clear understanding of what you're asking.
Housing authorities, there are some 3,800 of them around the country. And you spoke about the need to make sure that they have rules and regulations, money to run themselves. We also heard you say, by and large, that takes care of about 1/4 of the need that is out there. I'm asking about the private investor. How are we going to take care of the other 3/4? And you've had a chance to come in and look at the private investor coming in, building, getting things done, that property being on the tax rolls, and people getting the help that they need more immediately.
Oh, yes, sir. So when I alluded to, HUD is serving 1 out of 4 people that need help that we should be serving in our country. That's an overall picture of the lack of stewardship that was going on in the Biden administration. With record funding, we have homelessness that has gone up. We have housing affordability issues. We have PHA issues. And so when I speak of this, what I'm saying is that we have to be better stewards and maximize the budget at HUD so that we can actually serve the people that need to be served in our country. When you have, millions of illegal aliens coming over our border, this puts a strain on our housing supply, puts a strain on housing affordability in our country. 59% of illegal alien families use at least one or more of our welfare programs, which costs us about $42 billion a year. That's a strain on the budget of HUD. We need to be serving the people in public housing authorities, in homelessness, as we've said, in disaster recovery, that we're supposed to be serving. That's the American people. Yes, we do like to have public-private partnerships, to your question, using the private sector as it pertains to housing, as it pertains to RAD conversions and things of this nature. And so public-private partnerships have done a great deal in our country. We saw that a lot in our Opportunity Zone policy and initiative in the first Trump administration. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, sir, which is why I assume when you engaged with Ms. Waters that there was a decision that was made about putting these dollars where they need to be with private investors. Well, I think this committee on a bipartisan basis will be interested as you come up with these answers, looking top down at the needs of people. And I do believe that we've got a series of rules, regulations that are not helping us to help people today all across this country. And I will look forward to your leadership in hearing from you. Thank you very much. And as always, I hope you'll go back to your team and tell them the American people care very much about the success of HUD.
Okay, thank you so
I
much.
yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who's the ranking member of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee. Mr. Cleaver, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody usually speaks from their own experience. This morning in Davos, the president spoke about his executive order about large institutional purchases of single-family homes. This issue is kind of like, people who, and you can't tell them otherwise, they're absolutely sure that it's true, which is people will say, well, the Bible says that money is the root of all evil, which is not what the Bible says. It could have been a little clearer if they said brokenness is the root of all evil, but they said it was the love of money. You can't change it. It's been going on for centuries. People just misquote it. And so the same thing happens with this issue of institutional purchases. 81%, having lived in public housing, Mr. Torres and I, we both feel very strongly about this. 81% of the people who live in public housing and non-disabled public housing are working every day. But if you go around and ask people, the people in public housing don't work. I used to tell my father not to watch the hearing if we were going to talk about public housing because he worked 3 jobs to get us out into our own home. So, but I don't want to stay on that. I just want to tell you that I was glad to see the president mention housing, but that was such it's a small portion of home purchases. But the one thing I hope that we can all be careful about, just saying things like that create problems. And I want to yield at this time to the ranking member, Maxine Waters, the rest of my time.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Secretary Turner, let's get down to a fact. I'm a black woman, you're a black man. You know about the struggles that our people have had for justice and equality in housing. Now, I understand that you know about a community in Ravendale, Arkansas, called Return to the Land, that advertises itself as whites only. Its community architects screen applicants with in-person interview, a questionnaire about their ancestors, a criminal background check, even with family photographs, and confirm that applicants are white before they can be welcomed in the community. They have already rejected applicants that they believe did not appear to be white enough. Now, you know about this community. You know what is going on down there. What are you going to do about it?
Thank you, Congressman Cleaver, and thank you, Ranking Member Waters. As a matter of fact, I do not know about this community. This is the first time that I'm hearing about this community, but thank you for bringing that to my attention because we enforce the law at HUD under my leadership.
Okay, I just want to
So
know
thank you for telling me
that
about
you
that.
know about it now. I'm telling you about it, whether or not you're going to investigate it. And by the way, there's no such thing as an illegal alien. Are you talking about undocumented? Are you talking about somebody that come from another planet? Secondly, my chair here is from Arkansas, and there's a place called Cotton Plant, Arkansas, where my family know about and served and picked cotton and all of that, discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not only do I want to know about this community that I'm, giving some information about, but I want you to also look over here in Arkansas, at Cotton Plant, Arkansas, where the people are desperate, where the housing is falling apart, where the incomes are absolutely absent over there. Take a look at what's going on. As a minister and as a black man, do what our ancestors expect us to do when we get in these important positions. They expect us to speak up, to speak out, and to get rid of discrimination and look out for the people who have been discriminated against for all of these years. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Mr. Secretary, what I hope I can get some information on is why HUD justifies imposing a work requirement on PHAs when 81% of the people are working. I mean, if you could have someone explain to me or send me some kind of a response. 81%. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Ranking member of the subcommittee yields back. It's a pleasure to now recognize the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our Capital Markets Subcommittee. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Turner. As you are likely aware, the average first-time homebuyer in the United States is now 40 years old. To make that statistic even more staggering, the share of home purchases that are made by first-time buyers is now only 21%, marking a 50% contraction since 2007, right before the Great Recession. Clearly, housing supply is not keeping up with demand, especially for young couples that are looking to start a life together and have a place of their own to raise a family. For millions of people across this country, the prospect of owning a home seems completely out of reach. Last year, the National Association of Realtors found that while housing inventory is increasing, much of this supply has only been available to wealthier Americans, and middle-income buyers have seen little to no change in the housing stock available to them. One of the goals of the bipartisan Housing for the 21st Century Act is to modernize and reform outdated housing programs to better fit the needs of today, including for middle-income homebuyers. Secretary Turner, can you describe why it is important to update outdated frameworks, and what administrative or regulatory changes can HUD and Congress make to modernize them?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Congressman. And you're exactly right. Streamlining the processes, modernizing the codes is of utmost importance, I know, to this committee and also to myself and our team at HUD. When you talk about the average first-time homebuyer age now being 40 years old, it used to be 33 years old just several years ago. The average price of a house in America now is $435,000, which is unsustainable and out of reach for a lot of people, in particular our younger generation. And so, as you know, from the president, myself, and other leaders, and I know this committee home ownership, the American dream of achieving that, is of utmost importance. It's a bipartisan. Housing is not political, but we do have to modernize our codes. We do have to get the interest rates down. We have to get mortgage rates down. The inflation is down. Get our fiscal house in order, as we are doing over the past year, to make sure that more people in America can achieve the American dream of owning a home. And so we're working tirelessly to bring down the regulations, to get our fiscal house in order, to work with our agency partners to ensure that people can own a home in this country.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Turner. And I know that President Trump and this administration are absolutely committed to doing this and to make housing much more affordable to middle-class average Americans across this country. And I believe that through the Housing for the 21st Century Act, that this committee aims to make it easier to build more housing and give more Americans the opportunity to own a home. One of the biggest issues that this bill tackles is unnecessary government red tape. Recently, the National Association of Home Builders found that regulations at all levels of government account for nearly 25% of the price of constructing a single-family home. When the median listing price for a single-family home in my home state of Missouri is nearly $300,000, nearly 25% can make the difference between being able to afford a home or not. Secretary Turner, what is HUD doing to remove unnecessary red tape and costly regulations to bolster housing supply, and how can Congress continue to support this work?
Thank you, ma'am. And you're indeed right. 25% to build a single-family home is in regulation, 40% in when you build a multifamily. That's unsustainable. And from any contractor, developer, or construction company, as I said before, we took down the affirmatively further and fair housing, which was a costly, burdensome regulation on localities. I have been traveling our country extensively, meeting with mayors, localities, zoning, planning and zoning professionals, economic development professionals, asking them and encourage them too to take inventory of their regulatory environment to unleash building and development in their said community.
There's one other thing I want to bring to your attention. You probably won't have enough time to answer, so you can do so in writing, but I brought this issue up before. We've heard that there's too much focus has gone towards refurbishing existing housing stock rather than new construction. So certainly in the private sector, but also in the public sector. So I want to make sure that we're putting money and directing federal money towards new supply and new housing.
Gentlewoman's time is expired.
You can answer in writing. I'll put the question to you. Thank you, Mr.
Chair
Chairman.
recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who's the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee. Mr. Himes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. I'm going to dovetail well with Ms. Wagner's comments. I've been working in housing for a long time, going back 20 years ago when I ran the New York Office of Enterprise Community Partners. And where I come from, we have a massive housing affordability crisis. Do you agree, and it sounds like Ms. Wagner has the same situation, do you agree that much of this country is enveloped in a housing affordability crisis?
Yes, sir, we indeed have a housing affordability issue.
Okay, and there's near unanimous agreement amongst the people who study this stuff that there are many millions of unbuilt units. Some people say 3 million, some people say as high as 6 or 7 million. Basic economics tells us that when supply goes up, price goes down. Do you have an independent estimate for the number of millions of units that the United States needs to build in order to sort of achieve some level or to reduce the crisis in affordability?
Yes, sir, and I think your numbers are accurate. I've heard between 4 and 7 million units of all types of housing.
Okay. So I want to give you another chance to answer Ms. Wagner's last question about what you're actually doing. I think the world understands, I think you understand that as noble as the work inside HUD is, the single biggest reason housing is not getting built is regulation at the state and municipal level, land use, et cetera. So my question is a version of Ms. Wagner's question. What are you doing, not to ask, but to require, maybe using the tools at your disposal like CDBG funding, to actually affect change in what matters, which is state and local land use regulation?
Absolutely, and I agree, it's on the state and local level. And, we are discussing a myriad of ideas, incentives, not only CDBG, but others. You look at opportunity zones. Opportunity zones give us a great platform to build all types of housing, and particularly in
Opportunity zones
priorities.
generally exclude the use of those funds for the building of housing.
Well, and that's, we have a second round of opportunity zones coming, and I've been looking at this very heavily as a leader of the Opportunity Zone Initiative last time, and how we can prioritize single-family housing inside of opportunity zones. But, sir, I have been encouraging, obviously, I cannot mandate localities, but I have been encouraging localities to look at their regulatory environment. Doesn't matter what city or what state it's in, and see how they can ease the regulatory environment and take down these barriers so that housing can be built. Multifamily, single family, I believe manufactured housing will play a big role. We got about 22 million people in our country that live in manufactured housing right
My
now.
concern is here, and I appreciate that you agree with the supply issue, but I'm hearing words like discuss, encourage. You agreed with me that this is a crisis. You may remember, you probably don't remember, I'm older than you are, the federal government in the 1970s basically imposed a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit on the country by saying you don't get highway funds unless you go to 55. Now, that's changed now, but my point is you got some tools. So give me more than you're encouraging and hoping and discussing, because we have, as we agree, a crisis.
We do have tools.
Tell me about them.
What we're working with right now is our team. The president obviously is taking bold steps to attack housing affordability and make housing more affordable, both on the demand and the supply side. And we are working on these ideas. We're working on strategies right now. We're about execution. And we will have things coming out that we can do to help and to incentivize housing affordability across our country. And so I'm not just giving you words, but what we're doing is actually taking action inside of our agency and across other agencies in this cabinet.
Okay, so if you're not just giving me words, give me a number. You didn't give me a specific number, but you're agreeing with me that there's a shortfall of somewhere between 3 and 7 million units. So if 3 years from now we look back on your tenure as secretary, what's the number that will allow you to say to yourself, I was a successful HUD secretary in terms of new construction?
Well, last year at FHA, we helped already 1 million home buyers through FHA.
No, I'm talking about new construction here. I'm
Innovate.
not talking about helping people buy existing.
I understand, but my job is at HUD, and we helped over 1 million home buyers.
I got a simple
I don't
question.
have a
which is, what
specific
is-
number for you, but the
If-
more people
Sir, let
that
me
we
reclaim my
have-
time here. I'm trying to pin you down, because
know.
we're agreeing that we have a massive
We
supply
do,
crisis
but
here.
you can't pin me down on the number. I think the more people that we have that are homeowners in America, that's a win. Not just for myself, but for our country. We have 7 million units right now that we need. And so the more we can cut those units down and get more people in America to be homeowners, to living in a home, that's success.
Let me just stop you there. I think you're smelling what I'm cooking here, right? We got to get serious about increasing supply. And I'm with you 100% on homeownership.
I do agree.
But it's also about renters. My grandparents had one job their career, and they stayed in one place. Young people today have 7 jobs before they're 40. So it's also about renters. And anyway, I appreciate your acknowledgement of the supply
Gentleman's
side
time
issue,
has
but we got to get
expired.
serious about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to work with you, sir.
Recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, who is the chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee. Mr. Barr, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Turner, thanks for the great job you're doing, and I was so pleased to see that HUD announced in November changes to the Continuum of Care program, the largest federal homelessness program. Under President Trump and your leadership, we can now finally move away from the failed Housing First methodology, instead focusing on actually solving the homelessness crisis in our country. Since the inception of Housing First over a decade ago, homelessness, as you know, has only increased, with data showing it reached an all-time high in 2024. That's why for multiple Congresses, I've introduced the Housing Plus Act that expands the toolbox at our disposal to address homelessness and introduces an all-of-the-above approach. Specifically, my bill prohibits HUD from restricting COC funds to providers that provide wraparound services. And I appreciated your story about your uncle and how what he needed was not a free apartment. What he needed was wraparound services, such as sober living or job requirements, and expanding the universe to include faith-based organizations that really love people and do a good job. Do you agree that instead of using a one-size-fits-all approach to homelessness, we should expand the type of providers that can not only help individuals get off the streets, but also ensure that they have positive long-term outcomes?
Yes, sir, I do agree.
Well, thank you for your taking proactive steps to work with us on moving away from Housing First and towards a Housing Plus approach. Secretary Turner, the median down payment for first-time homebuyers is 9%, making it challenging for many Americans to achieve the American dream of home ownership. Innovative solutions such as down payment assistance through shared appreciation mortgages can help bridge the affordability gap. With a shared appreciation mortgage loan, the borrower agrees to give the lender a portion of the future appreciation of the home's value in exchange for a lower interest rate, a smaller down payment, and/or closing cost assistance, making homeownership more affordable, reducing monthly payments or upfront costs. Has HUD assessed this new asset pool that can assist first-time homebuyers with down payment assistance?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman. As you said, and I've alluded to, there's many ideas, as you know, that are out there. We see the president and others taking bold steps to bring down housing affordability. I do want to work with you and your team on this idea that you just presented to me to see how we can help people in America, to achieve the American dream of owning a home. And so I do look forward to working with you on that. And also I want to circle back on your continuum of care, your heart for that, for not just housing people, but to provide wraparound services for people. My heart is that we don't have more homeless people. My heart is that we get people off the streets, get them treated, get them transformed, and to live a life of self-independence and sustainability. Our faith groups around the country are the ones that have been doing the work for decades, long before the government was helping in homelessness. And so we want to expand that and bring people to the table, like our faith-based groups and others, that are actually bringing results for our homelessness.
Well, thank you so much. And I just, for the life of me, don't understand why we can't get more bipartisan support for this idea of expanding the tools in our toolbox. If you want housing first, okay. Right. Maybe that's appropriate for some. But for a lot of people, they need the wraparound services. So I appreciate your shift in approach. Finally, Secretary Turner, at the end of 2024, the outstanding volume of family residential construction and land development loans was $89.5 billion across FDIC-insured institutions, with community banks holding 56% of the market share. The outsized role of our smallest institutions in this market stems from their local knowledge and their relationships with builders, which ultimately helps make housing more affordable for Americans. But overly burdensome regulations on our smallest banks stifle their ability to make construction loans in their communities. That's why Chairman Hill and I have introduced the Main Street Act to right-size regulations so our community banks can focus on stimulating the local economy and the housing market and help Americans achieve the goal of home ownership. Secretary, do you agree that to solve the availability and affordability of housing in our country, we need to ensure that community banks are not subjected to the same rules as the largest banks?
Yes, sir, and I know that you and Chairman Hill, you have great expertise when it comes to banking, in particular community banking. I'm a fan and in favor of community banks, credit unions, and others. So I believe the less regulation that we have on community banks in order for them to serve people to be homeowners is a step forward that we need to take. Very looking forward to working with you and your team.
Well, and finally, I would just urge you also to support raising the public welfare investment limit, and this is really for the bank regulators. Raise it through
Gentleman's
to
time
unlock
has
more
expired.
bank capital for affordable housing. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, and thank you. And I share the chairman's empathy and sympathy for small community banks. They're really important to this, and I hope that they listen to the small community banks. Their number one request right now is stop the crypto stablecoin threat to their business model. This is just something that that they're all on high alert about, and I hope that my Republican colleagues listen to the dangers that presents to the small community banks that have supported housing for so long. For most of the last decade, I represented Joliet, Illinois, a city with a lot of challenges and a lot of promises. And there were two public housing projects, sort of at the extreme difference in performance. Starting with a good story, Liberty Meadows was built. It is a rent-to-own thing for first-time owners, mixed income. And when I first went to that right after it was built, when I started representing Joliet, it looked beautiful. You could not, I literally got lost there. I could not tell the difference between Liberty Meadows and the adjacent normal looking suburbs. And it was a rent-to-own thing. And when I asked about it, I was told the detail was if you stayed current on your rent, They were given training on how to maintain a house, and if you stayed current on your rent for 10 or 15 years, you ended up owning that property. And I went through there 10 years later and looked, and the thing still looked like a normal suburb. The houses had been maintained fully. And most of those people, I imagine by now, are now owning those houses. And that was a success. One of my other, I guess you could call it a joy of representing Joliet, was getting in an excavator and helping tear down Fairview Homes, which is a failed public housing project. And when I ripped those apart, I was flabbergasted to see there was like zero insulation on them. And if you're trying to operate, either in the summer or winter, the utility costs, and I talked to some of the residents, they said when they moved out of Fairview Homes into a normal place, they just was amazed at how the utility bills were so much lower because, and so there's this trade-off always. Do you want to make a lot of cheap units with high utility costs, or are you going to actually put the money up front? Now, our president at Davos, talked to a couple of interesting things relative to housing. One of them, which I'll get to the connection soon, was to demand that the builders of data centers build the power generation so that they don't cause the electric prices to get bid up. As you remember, one of the main promises that President Trump got elected on is in his first year in office, he would drop electrical and gas bills by a factor of 2. Okay, I take it you don't have a plan to execute that since that timed out yesterday and the prices have not dropped by 50%, but actually increased. So that what we have to do is, if we're going to make progress on utility bills, we're going to have to provide higher quality units. And it is tough because anyone in charge of this, whether it's a commercial builder or public sector, wants to build lots of units and doesn't focus on the utility bill. And everyone that studies this say we underinvest in it. And everyone who studies this issue says, what are called negawatts are much cheaper than megawatts. If you're forced to either build new generating capacity, that costs a certain amount of money, it's much cheaper to fund efficiency improvements. And so one of the ways that I hope your administration looks into solving this problem is to make the builders of data centers, instead of having to build new megawatts, can build new negawatts by actually subsidizing better insulation, higher efficiency modern appliances, because that was one of the key differences between Liberty Meadows. At the top of the value proposition to renters there, they said, because we put in high efficiency appliances, because they're well insulated, everything that makes the utility costs low, it'll be a good deal. You'll be able to afford that rent and afford to eventually own the property. And so why don't you try to jump from one agency to another and look and talk to the Department of Energy when they set down the rules for data centers. Tell them, make sure that the data centers, when they're faced with the question of putting, we're spending trillions of dollars on these data centers, okay? And so if you take a small amount of that money, put it into energy efficiency improvements for workforce housing, and I think we'll get a societal return on investment that you'll be proud of forever.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you,
just
sir.
in my last few seconds here, there's also this question of whether blocking institutional investors from investing in single-family homes. I was around during the crisis when there were these neighborhoods being abandoned, the copper ripped out of things for, the houses and neighborhoods were being gutted. The only buyers then were institutional investors. So go slow with that. It is not an unmitigated harm.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questioning. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you again.
See you, sir.
Thank you for being here today. Very important topic, and I'm glad to see that my bill, H.R. 5520, the Portal for Appraisal Licensing Act, was actually noticed for this hearing. While I believe that state regulators should continue to serve as the primary regulators of the industry, I also see a clear need to streamline the licensing process as more appraisers operate across state lines. Secretary Turner, another area where appraisers could benefit from a streamlined process is HUD's appraisal complaint resolution procedures. I applaud your work to end DEI initiatives at HUD and specifically your recent announcement regarding disparate impact theory. As you know, in your comments, the disparate impact framework has too often been applied in ways that treat appraisers as convenient enforcement agents convenient enforcement targets without clear evidence of discriminatory intent or appraisal standards violations. What steps is HUD taking to reduce the backlog of unresolved appraisal complaints and ensure that appraisers are not subjected to prolonged uncertainty or reputational damage when no violation exists?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I appreciate that. We, as I said before, when we came in, we want to, a big goal is to streamline all of our processes, as you've alluded to in particular, and you talk about the appraisal process. And so our housing staff, our housing team, our FHEO team have done a great job in streamlining these processes. And we'll continue to do so. When we came in, the financial controls weren't there. They were weakened. There was a blind eye turned, to transparency and accountability. But I think in the last 12 months that our team has done an extremely good job of streamlining these processes for the private sector. And we will continue to do that, sir. And also, we want to investigate real discrimination cases and not phantom discrimination cases. And I believe that the American people deserve that. In the Biden administration, there was a 70% backlog of these cases that did not even meet the 100-day statutory requirement as it pertains to discrimination. So we're back on track. We have a great team, and we'll continue to streamline these so that the industry can move efficiently.
Well, thank you for your work there. I want to shift quickly over to notice to vacate. Is it HUD's view that the CARES Act temporary pandemic-era 30-day notice to vacate requirement was never intended to be a permanent federal overlay on state landlord-tenant law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, as I do as well. Does HUD currently support maintaining the 30-day federal notice to vacate requirement, or does the administration agree it's appropriate for Congress to sunset this pandemic-era mandate?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that we should end that? Thank you. While Congress considers my bill, the Respect State Housing Laws Act, is HUD taking any administrative steps to acknowledge the temporary nature of the CARES Act requirements, such as issuing clarifying guidance, updating compliance materials, or preparing for a transition back to the state-level notice rules?
Yes, sir. We are working diligently on that, as you know, with our team.
Well, thank you. Would you agree that eliminating the federal notice requirement, as my bill does, would reduce confusion in the housing market by eliminating multiple, sometimes conflicting notice timelines?
Yes, sir. I know that that's been a burdensome process, conflicting process. And so anything that can tear that down, yes, sir, we do support.
Well, thank you. In conversations with HUD stakeholders, including public housing agencies and affordable housing operators, have you heard concerns about the administrative burdens created by the existence of the federal notice requirement?
Yes, and I know that our team down at Housing, obviously they hear more than me, but that has been something that we have discussed and that I heard of. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us today. Mr. Secretary, I can't help but, listening to some of your comments earlier today of you so loosely using the word of illegal aliens. And I think coming from Texas and being an ordained minister, it's offensive, right, to our community. And I know you're trying really hard to fit into this administration, but it's offensive, and it's offensive to the same people that you preach and to members of your church in Dallas. And that's something I had to comment, and I hope that you can think about that and pray about that and hopefully change that behavior, because it's wrong and it's not a Christian thing to do. I'd like to turn my question, Mr. Secretary, to a more serious issue that we have at hand, and that's housing affordability in this country. And we have to be honest about that, because while we talk about immigrants, 30% of construction workers in this country are immigrants. And in Texas, about 40% of construction workers are immigrants. And in your city of Dallas, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Houston, San Antonio, that number goes up to about 60%, depending where you are. And just recently, I met with the South Texas Builders Association and had a very candid conversation about the labor shortage that we're suffering in Texas and across the country. Just last year, it was shown that we would have had 400,000 homes less built in this country if it had not been for immigrant labor. Right now, I have builders, I have realtors, I have lenders, I have title companies coming to me. These are folks who supported President Trump in his last election, who came to me and said what nobody else would say out loud: we need immigrants to build America. and we cannot do it without immigrant labor. We have a labor shortage in this country. We especially have a labor shortage in carpentry, in framing, in brick and tile laying, and I know people say, well, we need to build our workforce. Well, we probably do need to build our workforce, but we're not going to do that overnight. What are we doing, and what are you telling the president about these policies that are effectively killing any real chance of solving the housing affordability in this country?
Well, thank you, Congressman. I appreciate you being here. As a fellow Texan, I'm a fourth-generation Texan, and I want to go back to the comment you said that is offensive. I don't believe that it is offensive. I understand where you're coming from, but as a pastor, you know, when I call black people black, that's not offensive. And so there's nothing that I'm going to say.
But there are words that you can call black people that would be offensive.
It
correct?
is, but I'm not being.
Well, anyway,
offensive,
let's
and
talk
it
about
is
what we're doing in the administration to
Gotcha.
solve our labor shortage.
Gotcha. I just wanted to recognize that.
Yeah,
since
I
you
think
brought
you're
up the
wrong,
fact
and I
about
think
me
you should
being a
think about that.
pastor, and so I do understand that the language that I use is very important. So, but I'm not being offensive. The American people, we have plenty of American people for American jobs, and that's my concentration. To say that we have to have migrants to do these jobs, I believe, is a slap in the face for the American people.
Well, we have a labor shortage that's
We need
real.
to increase the trades in our country. We need to bring back manufacturing in our country. They
Okay,
took out
reclaiming my time.
trades,
We do need to
they
do
took
that,
out
but we're not
shop
going
and
to do that
schools long ago.
overnight. How are we going to solve the housing crisis that we have in this country today and that we have in Texas that I'm sure you're very well aware of? Of
course.
We have a housing shortage. We have a labor shortage. We have projects that are on hold across the state of Texas and probably across the country because we don't have the labor to do it. And the only labor that is willing to do it is mostly immigrant labor that's doing some of the most dangerous work and the hardest work in this country that I think was exemplified when we had the bridge that collapsed here in Baltimore. We really need to have a serious conversation on addressing the labor shortage for this country. These are Donald Trump supporters. These people voted for Trump. They thought he was going to help the country, and he's actually hurt them. Framing prices in my district have doubled this year alone because of the labor shortage. That's just the framing of it. You can keep on going. Carpentry, bricklaying, roofing, those are all immigrant labor forces that are handling most of that for the country, but especially in states, in the largest and and the fastest growing states like Texas, Florida, New York, California, and many other places in this country. This is a serious conversation that can only be addressed by you and this president, and I really hope y'all can do that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I yield back. I think we're.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes another Texan, the Honorable Roger Williams, who's chair of the House Small Business Committee. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello to my friend and my church friend. Good to see you. Thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
being here, Mr. Secretary. In communities across the country, especially in districts like mine in Texas, and you know where that is in North Texas, housing is often built by small family-owned builders who operate on tight margins and rely on predictable timelines to stay afloat. These small businesses are deeply rooted in their communities, but do not have an army of lawyers or compliance officers to manage complex federal processes. So every added form, review, or delay increases financing costs and uncertainty. And for small builders, even modest delays can result in increased costs that jeopardize the future of the entire project. So, Mr. Secretary, how can HUD better tailor its program so timing and compliance do not disproportionately harm small businesses?
Well, thank you, sir, and it's good to see you as always. And I'll make sure that I tell Dr. Graham that I had the opportunity to speak with you today. You know, it's the regulatory environment that is crippling our small businesses, including builders, to work with localities, to work with mayors, to work with planning and zoning, to make sure that they take inventory of their regulations has been something I have been pushing and encouraging and traveling the state, traveling the country, and meeting with these leaders to take a look at their regulations and see how they can bring them down so that they can unleash innovative and creativity from our small business, our small builders around our country. And so I'm with you, and I agree with you on that. And it's a big push that we have to make. We can do what we can from the federal level, and we are doing that from HUD, as I said before, and taking down the affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, restoring local control. And so I think the two working together as a whole of a government is how we can unleash and help small businesses.
In smaller and rural communities, community banks and local leaders are the primary source for financing housing projects. Now, these institutions know their communities best. They work closely with local builders and play an essential role in getting housing projects off the ground. However, when federal housing programs become too complex or uncertain, that complexity can affect whether local lenders are willing to participate in a project at all. So, Mr. Secretary, could you elaborate on how reducing federal complexity regulations could make housing projects more attractive to community banks and to local lenders?
Oh, yes, sir. I think that anything that we can take that's burdensome or duplicative as it pertains to this is something that can help our local community banks. And if you have ideas, sir, things that you're working on, please bring them to us. We'll be happy to work with you and your team on that.
We're reducing a lot of regulations and
Yes, sir.
SBA, et cetera, is doing some good things. Many of HUD's core housing projects were designed decades ago for a very different housing market than we have today. And while construction costs, financing, and building methods have changed, many federal requirements have stayed the same. Now, this is why the Housing for the 21st Century Act take necessary approach to modernizing outdated programs, cutting unnecessary red tape, and restoring flexibility for states, local governments, and housing providers. So my last question to you, Mr. Secretary, is can you explain why modernizing HUD's statutory framework is critical to increasing housing supply today?
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, when you talk about manufactured housing codes, when you talk about different codes across the agency, anytime we can modernize those and streamline those, the efficiency is better, the cost is down, which both of those things help and impact the housing affordability issue that we have going on in our country.
Well, thank you, and do say hello to Pastor Jack Graham. Appreciate it. And I yield my time back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes another Texan, the Honorable Mr. Green of Houston, Texas, who's the ranking member on our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. Mr. Green, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well. Thank the witness for appearing today. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that racism exists in housing?
Could you repeat that, sir?
Do you believe that racism exists in housing?
Sir, what I believe is that to achieve the American dream of home ownership in our country, there's a lot of barriers to that.
Is racism one of those barriers, Mr. Secretary?
I believe in
Mr. Secretary.
helping people to achieve the American dream.
Mr.
Sir,
Secretary, I appreciate your comments. Excuse me, I appreciate your comments about the American dream, Mr. Secretary, but we're talking about racism right now. Racism. Let me just read something to you. The National Fair Housing Alliance has condemned the administration, and they've done so because some 400 employees received notice that they were going to be fired. And this is something that dates back to the 15th of October, 2025. Do you know how many employees have been fired at HUD, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Well, we gave employees.
How many were fired, if you would, please?
About 2,400 people took the DRP, sir.
How many were fired? 2,400 took the DRP. How many were fired?
They were all voluntary.
I see. Okay, and how many were fired from the area that deals with fair housing and equal opportunity? How many from that area?
Sir, I can get those exact numbers for you, but I know 2,400 people took the DRP.
This indication that I have indicates that the administration is completely destroying the federal government's capacity to address housing discrimination. That's why I asked you about racism. Racism is pretty important, still happening in this country. And we need a HUD secretary that realizes this and is not afraid to say it on national TV at prime time. Do you have some consternation about saying that racism exists in housing?
Sir, I don't have any consternation.
Okay, well then tell me what are you doing to enforce? Tell me what are you doing to help us prevent people from discriminating when it comes to housing and persons wanting to acquire a house or a home?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing?
I'll repeat this. I have no consternation.
Okay, you have no consternation, but tell me what you're doing now. That's kind of important. What are you doing?
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Green. So what we're doing is investigating real discrimination and not phantom discrimination. And that's my job as a
Okay,
HUD.
how are you doing it?
We have a great staff. We have a great staff at FHEO.
Okay, but tell me, how are you doing? What are they doing to investigate it? What methodology are they utilizing?
We're upholding the Fair Housing Act, sir.
What
every single day.
methodology are they utilizing? Are you familiar with something called testing, Mr. Secretary?
Sir, repeat that, please.
Testing.
Testing?
Testing.
Yes.
Okay, well, tell me what's happening with testing.
As it pertains to?
Fair housing.
Sir, could you be more clear for me, please?
You're the Secretary of HUD.
I know it.
You're not aware that there's something called testing?
Excuse me, sir.
Could we get that gentleman to testify, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, the
one
FIP
that he just
grants.
spoke
Yes,
to?
sir.
Well,
So you went from discrimination to FIP grants.
okay, well, tell me what you're doing in the area of testing.
Sir, our Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity are carrying out their mission and their fiduciary responsibility every single
What
day.
are you doing in the area of, how many people have you tested? How many, give me the percentage of people that have been tested.
I can get that number for you, sir.
Okay.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay, and tell me how would they perform a test?
I can get that for you,
No,
sir.
no, no. How would a test, this is something you would know because this is the methodology, the means by which testing is done. So I'm asking you now to let the world know that you understand this process. How is testing performed? Mr. Chairman, looks like we need to take a moment for the Secretary.
Yeah.
Can
Sir,
you take this off of my time, please?
Mr. Green, we have a whole office that does that.
Okay, well, tell me, how do they do
And
it?
this time that we have, we don't have time to walk through the methodology. of
Yes,
our
yes, you do. This is my time. You've got time because I say so. How do they do it?
I understand, sir. We're happy to
How
get
do
back to
they
you
do
on
it?
that.
You do not know. Listen, if you're the Secretary of HUD and there's fair housing discrimination taking place, then you should know what testing is.
Sir, I do know what testing is.
Okay, well then how is it performed?
In our offices, we are going
Okay, let me
after
end with this.
real discrimination.
I have to,
sir,
it's my
not
time, I
random
reclaim my
discrimination.
time. Thank you very much. This is an indication of how much the Trump administration
Gentleman's
puts
time has
emphasis on
expired.
invidious discrimination.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, who chairs our subcommittee on national security. Mr. Davidson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Secretary Turner, thank you for agreeing to be our HUD secretary and leading that department. I want to start by recognizing that reforms you've already begun, refocusing the department on its core mission, cutting waste, rolling back misguided Biden-era regulations, and putting taxpayers and residents first. This is a welcome course correction after years when HUD's bureaucracy expanded while accountability and housing conditions deteriorated. The scale of mismanagement you inherited is enormous. I mean, they called the NYCHA bust one of the largest fraud cases in American history. HUD's Inspector General identified more than 33,000 life-threatening deficiencies in public housing requiring immediate correction, thousands of which were never resolved or even certified as fixed. And when you look at places like NYCHA, like Washington, D.C.'s Public Housing Authority, where she became the acting HUD secretary. When Secretary Fudge resigned, this person who's completely mismanaged Washington, D.C.'s Public Housing Authority, where 50% of the units aren't even available because, not because of racism, because they don't fix the place. They're run down, they're not inhabitable, and all kinds of code violations. So, you know, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse is a core priority for this administration. Beyond DOGE, every department is working on that. So could you give us an update on how that fight to get everybody that does have public housing, quality, safe housing?
Yes, sir. And we are, as you know, holding public housing authorities accountable as it pertains to who's living inside of public housing authorities. I went to NYCHA personally. I visited there. While I was there, there was a 21-year-old young man that was murdered at a NYCHA facility, and no one could know who did the offense, who committed the crime. And so NYCHA has a lot of problems, which I know we don't have time to address today. But for NYCHA and other public housing authorities, we have mandated that they send us a comprehensive account of everyone that's living inside of a HUD-funded home to make sure that American taxpayer dollars are used for American citizens only.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a big problem with a lot of public housing authorities. You know, we don't necessarily have a problem in Ohio where the state government decided intentionally to include illegals in our safety net. but some states do. We were seeing that in Minnesota. And, I will say that, cracking down on scam centers, which is what we do in the national security illicit finance lane, not a hint of partisanship unless the scam center happens to be like a Somali daycare or something like that. So hopefully that too will be bipartisan and will cut down on the fraud, waste, and abuse. When you look at public housing authorities, do you know, or could you get to me, how many are currently in receivership? Because you have local communities, whether it's, Toledo, Dayton, Cincinnati, Columbus, Akron, Cleveland, all over Ohio. And it doesn't get the news that Washington, D.C. and, NYCHA does. But in Middletown, Ohio, we have problems with public housing. So could you give me a list of all the ones that are in receivership?
Yes, sir, we'll get that to you.
In terms of what kind of legislation could we do right now that would help you be better equipped to do your job? I think about 30 major programs in the I've got a bill that I was working on with Mr. Cleaver, with Secretary Fudge, that would help reauthorize some of these programs and streamline them. I wanted to get 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats together and make it so you can't just completely eliminate the spending, but you also can't launch more free stuff for more people. So you put the guardrails around, so even if they did agree, they can't do it. But you could refine it and deal with things like benefit cliffs and standard definitions of, means testing. We got 3 or 4 different definitions. We got multiple definitions for work requirements. But one of the fundamental problems, you have lots of these programs that in Congress aren't even reauthorized. Now, the appropriators cut the checks, so at some level that gives you the ability to do it. But is there a way that we could be helpful to you as you go and tackle these challenges?
Yes, sir. And, working with Congress and working with the members of this committee and your team, from a legislative standpoint, we're happy to do that. So thank you for asking that. We'll do what we do from HUD, but legislation often does help us as we go forward with our mission.
Yeah, thank you for doing it. And as I say, hopefully we'll be a good resource for you and wish you great success. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, what is the estimated capital need of the New York City Housing Authority's public housing stock?
The estimated capital need of their public housing stock?
In New York City.
Well, I know they have about 597,000 units as we speak.
What's the estimated capital need? What would it take to bring the New York City Housing Authority's public housing stock into a state of good repair?
That's a great question, sir. I can get that answer for you, but what I do know, what I have been
the answer is 80 billion. The answer is 80
about
billion.
250 million in
80
arrears
billion.
already.
How much annual
Sorry, sir,
capital
can you repeat
funding?
that?
Sir, let me ask my question.
Okay.
How much annual capital funding does NYCHA receive from HUD?
I'll get that for you, sir.
It's around $700 to $800 million per year.
Okay.
And so at a rate of $800 million a year, how long would it take to address an $80 billion capital need? I'll give you your hint. It's 80 billion divided by 800 million.
Sir, I was writing down a note. I'm sorry for the delay.
So at current funding levels, it would take a century to address the capital need at the New York City Housing Authority.
I understand.
Do you believe that an annual appropriation of 800 million is sufficient to address a capital need of $80 billion?
What I do believe is $800 million a year is sufficient to take care of the needs that NYCHA has. What I need NYCHA to do is to be better.
You think 800 million is sufficient to address a capital need of 80
It's
billion?
sufficient to carry out the job they need.
Do you believe 100 years? Let me finish my question. Do you believe 100 years is a reasonable timeline to bring public housing into a state of good repair for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers?
Again, what I'm going to say is this. The funds that NYCHA has, it's not a funding issue, sir. It's a stewardship issue. NYCHA's about $250 million in arrears already.
Right, $800 million in annual funding for an $80 billion capital need.
It's not about the money, sir, that they get. It's not about the amount. It's about the management of it.
I mean, 100 years is a long time. I mean, it makes a 50-year mortgage look like a short-term commitment, and that 100-year estimate understates the true depth of the crisis because the capital need, as you know, is not static. Buildings continue to age, systems continue to fail, deferred maintenance compounds over time, all while HUD remains content to keep public housing in a state of demolition by neglect. I have a question about home ownership. What is the median age of a first-time home buyer in America?
It's 40 years right now.
40. And suppose that buyer takes out a 50-year mortgage, how old would that home buyer be at the end of the loan? I'm a first-time home buyer at 40 years old. Yep.
Mr. Penn, make sure his microphone's working. Could we stop the clock, please?
Divine intervention?
Just a moment, Mr. Torres, just a quick check on the mic. Your time is...
Reminds me of Greek tragedy when there's divine intervention to save the...
That's clever.
Mr. Secretary, can we ask you just to
Yeah, it came.
slide over there real quick?
It's working.
Oh, it's working, okay.
So
yeah.
I'll start the question.
All right.
What is the median age of a first-time home buyer in America?
40.
Okay. And suppose that buyer takes out a 50-year mortgage, how old would that buyer be at the end of the loan?
90.
90, okay. What is the average life expectancy in the United States?
You tell me. I think it's around 77 for men.
78. So under Donald Trump's vision of a 50-year mortgage, the typical first-time home buyer would not live long enough to fully own their home, dying 12 years before the mortgage matures. In Donald Trump's America, mortgages would have longer life expectancies than first-time home buyers. Is it generally true in mortgage markets that longer loan terms carry higher interest rates?
Mr. Torres, the 50-year mortgage was an idea that was presented. I don't believe that it is the
That is not
president's,
responsive to the question I just asked.
so
I'm
I-
asking, is it generally true in mortgage markets that longer loan terms carry higher interest rates? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, sir, I believe that is true.
Yes.
But
So by
this
way of
50-year
example,
the 50-year mortgage.
by way of
is not-
example,
that was just an
let me
idea. That's
finish
not
my
a policy.
You
of
answered
the
my
president.
question. So by way of example, a 30-year mortgage is typically offered at a higher interest rate than a 15-year mortgage, correct?
No.
A 30-year mortgage does not have a higher interest rate than a 15-year
It
mortgage?
depends on the lender, sir.
What is the average rate for a 30-year mortgage at the moment?
Right now, I believe it's 5.8%.
According to the Freddie Mac survey, as of January 15, 2026, the average rate is 6.06%. What is the average rate for a 15-year mortgage?
I believe the 30 years at 5.8%, sir. I can get the average on
So the Freddie Mac survey says the 15 years 5.38%. So that's a difference of 68 basis points between a 30-year mortgage and a 50-year mortgage.
Mr. Torres, this is a
Congressman
housing
Torres, yeah.
affordability hearing. So if we can get to that part.
I mean, home ownership is relevant to housing affordability, right?
Indeed.
Interest rates are relevant to housing
You
affordability.
know, and the interest rates have
Right.
come down since we've come into the
Whether you're in a lifetime of debt because
They were
you're paying
at an
off a
all-time
15-year mortgage
high.
is relevant to housing affordability.
Interest rates were at an all-time high.
We need to
before
probably
we
define
came
what
in. Now, they're
affordability
lower.
means to you, so.
I think we can agree on that. They're lower.
You can learn about testing and about affordability.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, and thank you, Ranking Member Waters, for holding this important hearing, and thank you to Secretary Turner for being here with us today. Secretary Turner, our bipartisan Housing for the 21st Century Act, which this committee advanced in December, includes my Housing Supply Expansion Act of 2025. This legislation would finally remove the outdated federal chassis requirement that has long driven up the price of manufactured homes and limited innovation in the sector. You and I have spoken about this. You spent 9 seasons in the NFL, so you know how one bad rule can handcuff good teams. The federal requirement for a permanent chassis is a bit like the NFL's new onside kick rules. Everyone knows they don't work. They were meant to improve safety, but now teams have almost no chance of recovering the ball. You can imagine the frustration. Coaches still have creative ideas, players still have the skill, but the rule book itself makes success almost impossible. That's where we are with this outdated statutory requirement. Everyone recognizes it's slowing down innovation and driving up costs, but until Congress changes the rule book, no one can adapt. Can you explain how removing this statutory chassis requirement would help modernize manufactured housing, lower cost, and expand home ownership opportunities for many Americans?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman Rose. As you know, 22 million Americans live in manufactured housing across our country currently. Removing this permanent chassis rule will help in the flexibility and the efficiency of building manufactured housing, which will be a great help in making up the gap in affordable housing in our country. It will streamline the process. It'll make building more efficient, cheaper, and get to market quicker. And so we are obviously in great support of removing the permanent chassis rule.
Thank you. I hope we can get that across the finish line along with all of the other great ideas that were a part of that legislation. Secretary Turner, and I hope the Senate will get off their butts, as I've been saying recently, and get that legislation across the finish line. Secretary Turner, while modernizing the chassis standards is a crucial step, manufactured housing's potential goes far beyond that single issue. After 4 years of the Biden administration's failed housing policies, families across the country are still struggling with sky-high costs and limited options to achieve home ownership. Could you speak more broadly about the role manufactured housing can play in expanding access to affordable home ownership?
Yes, sir. You know, when you think about a manufactured housing, it's not the model, the mobile homes of old. Manufactured housing today is very modern, very well built, has extra great amenities. We had our innovative housing showcase here on the National Mall, which you know, sir, and so many people came and showed creative ideas when it pertains to manufactured housing. When you build manufactured housing, it also is cost efficient. It costs less to build, almost half the price of a single-family house as we know it in our country today. And so this gives opportunity to more Americans to become homeowners. And so I believe that the manufactured housing industry plays a big role in addressing this housing affordability issue in our country.
Thank you. Could not agree more. Secretary Turner, under the Biden administration, HUD imposed mandatory minimum energy efficiency standards for multifamily housing that would have added significant construction cost without meaningful benefits. You've delayed implementation and are reviewing whether to rescind these requirements altogether. How much will eliminating these unnecessary Biden-era energy mandates reduce construction cost and help increase affordable housing production?
Well, yes, sir. Anything we can do to take down the cost of building multifamily or single-family construction will help us in this housing affordability issue. These energy standards, many builders today and developers are already building towards these energy standards, so it's a duplicative process, which is very burdensome. It adds about $30,000 per project or per house is being built, and so taking this down is something that's going to help us to reduce the cost and increase the supply of housing in our country.
Thank you, Secretary. And I really appreciate our recent conversation, and I've been impressed thus far with the actions you've taken to support homeowners and communities across the country. I'm eager to show you the impact of HUD's work in Tennessee's 6th Congressional District. Scheduling permitting, would you be willing to visit my district and meet with local stakeholders, tour housing projects, and discuss ways HUDs can better serve our communities in Tennessee's 6th District?
So thank you, Congressman Rose, for that invitation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts. Ms. Presley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, it is unfortunate, unacceptable, and deeply disappointing that it took over a year for you to come before this committee, but you're here now. I don't have a lot of time, and I have a lot of ground to cover, so let's get to it, and please try to answer as succinctly as possible. Since Donald Trump came into office, how many people at HUD, Mr. Secretary, have been fired, laid off, or otherwise left the agency? Just the total number, please.
Ma'am, about 2,400 people took the DRP.
I'm sorry. The total number at HUD who have been fired, laid off, or otherwise left the agency?
Yes, ma'am. 2,400 people voluntarily took the DRP.
That's complete. Okay, you're not answering the question. I'm going to reclaim my time, so I will just tell you.
Okay.
The point is, when you take a hatchet to the infrastructure of our federal government. It is a tremendous disservice, not only to those dedicated, hardworking employees, those patriots who could have gone anywhere with their talents, but they love their country and they wanted to be in service to their country. It is incredibly disruptive to their livelihoods and their lives. It is not efficient because it is a disservice to the people and the communities that they serve. People like in my district, the Massachusetts 7th, Claire Bergstresser, who was fired from the HUD Region 1 office, which devastated her, but it means that the good work that she was doing is going undone. So these firings, these unlawful firings, greatly reduce HUD's ability to fulfill its mission. So let me just build on that a little bit. On that note, Secretary Turner, for the record, can you tell us what is HUD's mission statement?
To provide access to quality, affordable, safe housing, and to give access to people to achieve the American dream of home ownership, ma'am, is our mission at HUD.
Let me read it word for word. The mission is to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. That is the mission of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Now, I don't have any evidence that you actually know the mission statement because it seems you're actively undermining it. Since taking office, you have failed at sustainability and paying attention to the impact of the climate crisis and extreme temperatures. You have failed at inclusion. Again, this is the mission statement, by gutting the Fair Housing Office that fights against discrimination. And you are failing at addressing the affordability crisis. So if you have even a modicum of understanding of the mission statement, I'm not sure why you are actively undermining it. But I'll go on. Donald Trump said that the affordability crisis is a hoax. As a Secretary of Housing, do you believe there is a housing affordability crisis? Just yes or no in the interest of time.
There is a housing affordability issue in our country, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the president believes that as well.
No, he said it was a hoax.
The president believes
Don't
that
push
as well.
propaganda.
As you see,
Donald Trump said the housing affordability crisis is a hoax, and that proves he is
he's
as
taking bold
clueless.
steps.
He is as clueless about what is happening with the American people
I wouldn't
as
say
he
that
is
he's
cruel.
clueless. He's not
He is as
clueless.
clueless as he. Let me move on.
He's
Reclaiming my
well-informed.
time. Reclaiming my time. There is an affordability crisis. We're living it every day. The median age for first-time homebuyers is 40 years old. We're pricing out young people. And I believe your department is completely unaware of the fact that people in their twilight years who have given so much to this country, we have a gray wave of homelessness that your agency is ignoring of our elders. Now look at your Senate confirmation here. You talked about your football career and how you would often watch the film of your games to see what you're actually doing well. I have seen this film, and you are failing. I feel bad for you. The Republicans put you in this role.
I'm not sure which film you're
Excuse
watching.
me, you're interrupting.
Sorry.
I'm watching the film in real time, what's happening, as you gut HUD and undermine and fail to meet
We
its
haven't
mission.
gutted HUD.
I didn't ask you a question. I'm offering a statement of fact, in my opinion. You've been put in a position with no qualifications, no experience, and no training, and they are using you. They are using you as the poster child of their anti-DEI crusade, and you are letting them, and it is shameful, and it is painful for me to watch. The Department of Housing and Urban Development is too important to be mismanaged under your leadership or lack thereof.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, no one's using me. I wanted to be here.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlewoman's
Going
time
to give
has
additional,
expired.
excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ottawa, it's gentleman from Montana's time. The gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start first by applauding the work of this committee to overwhelmingly pass the Housing for the 21st Century Act, which smartly targets much of the overregulation that has driven up the cost of housing over many years. You know, there's more we can do, and I hope we take it up on the House floor very quickly. Secretary Turner, thank you so much. It's good to see you again. Thank you for being here. My first question focuses on an important constituency of mine, Indian country tribes. You know, Indian country faces many unique challenges that make housing affordability more difficult to tackle than in other communities. And in Montana, we're home to 12 federally recognized Indian tribes and 7 tribal reservations. The primary law governing federal support for Indian housing is the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act of 1996, or NAHASDA. This authorizes the Indian Housing Block Grant, among other critical programs, and the authorization for these programs expired over a decade ago. The law has not been updated since 2008. Overall, do you believe this law has been successful in improving housing conditions in Indian country?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate you. As you know, I've traveled to many tribal nations around our country, and we do support NAHASDA through our ONAP office to make sure that tribes keep their sovereignty, flexibility, and so we are in full support of NAHASDA.
Do you believe that Congress should reauthorize this?
Yes, sir. I look forward to working with you and this committee on the reauthorization of NAHASDA.
Are there specific changes that should be made to these programs to make them more effective?
We're happy to take those ideas and suggestions from you, sir, and your team to bring to our ONAP office to make sure that we're implementing them appropriately.
Well, thank you. And I look forward to working with you to make sure that our tribal communities are not left out of these discussions about housing affordability. So thank you. Moving on, another issue that I hear frequently from many of my constituents, from housing developers in Montana, is the Build America, Buy America, or BABA, on the cost of housing. Not only does it slow down lead time, but also increases costs. BABA was included in the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and it requires federally funded infrastructure projects to contain materials made in the U.S., specifically towards infrastructure. Yet in 2023, HUD issued guidance saying it also applies to HUD-funded housing projects. Do you think it makes sense to apply BABA to HUD programs?
So we are looking at this, as you know, with BABA as it pertains to HUD, to provide flexibility to certain projects in certain places around our country. And again, we're happy to discuss ideas and strategies from your team and others to make sure that people are receiving the flexibility that they need as it pertains to building.
Well, I look forward to having that discussion with you and hopefully revisiting BABA on the guidance from HUD to see if this really should be applied here or was specifically meant to apply to infrastructure. So on that, Mr. Secretary, with my remaining time, is there anything else that you'd like to discuss about what HUD is doing under your leadership?
Yes, sir, I appreciate that. Contrary to the belief of some that we've talked to this morning, we are very laser focused at HUD in helping the housing affordability crisis and tearing down regulations and streamlining our processes and making sure that we are upholding the Fair Housing Act, to make sure that we are serving the American people, to make sure that our homeless neighbors are taken care of, treated, and returned to lives of full sustainability. And I'm laser focused on that. And we will continue to do that. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for this. I look forward to working with you, and on that, Mr. Chair, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this hearing, of course, has been long overdue, and I think that we need to remind the Secretary that housing is a human right. When you have a roof over your head, you have space for things. You have space for your family, and those around you. To begin with, I also want to remind the Secretary of some of the things that HUD has done. Countless staff members and public servants who run important housing programs have been terminated. Multiple pending investigations, including fair housing and civil rights enforcement actions, have been paused or delayed. The equal access rule is being undermined, leaving women, children, LGBTQ plus individuals, and others most vulnerable to discrimination. You, Mr. Secretary, also reportedly allowed DOJ to gain undeterred access to personal identifiable information. And most recently, you announced a notice of proposed rulemaking, which proposes to significantly weaken disparate impact. Mr. Turner, I am just completely baffled by your non-answers in avoiding of any of the comments and questions that some of my colleagues have answered. I'm a former judge. I have listened to many, many witnesses, and I frankly have never seen a witness so evasive and frankly, in some cases, disrespectful to the person asking the question. I think that's beneath your office, and I'm so frustrated that I know I'm going to ask you a question that you're probably not going to answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. How in the world do you really think that immigration impacts housing supply and drives up costs. Is that one of these phantom theories you keep talking about?
No, ma'am, it's not a phantom theory.
Well, name some facts.
It's data.
Tell me the facts to support your theory.
Yes, ma'am. So out of the millions of undocumented, unchecked, and unvetted people that came across our border, 59% of these families use one or more of the welfare programs
Well,
in this country.
tell me the basis of that comment.
It
What is the
cost
fact
us
behind that? No,
$42
tell me,
billion
give me your
a year.
source, sir. All of these things seem to be coming out of the book of Trump lies.
Ma'am, everyone
and
is
myths.
talking about data.
So I'm so
Everyone is talking
frustrated
about
with you, sir. You're
reports,
not going
and
to
I'm
answer
doing
my
the same
question.
thing.
Let's just move on, all right? And let's move on by yielding the rest of my time to my ranking member, Waters.
Thank you very much. I'd like to know, last year, you cut 780 staff, and your 2026 budget proposed cutting $34 billion by eliminating entire housing programs like home, CDBG, housing counseling, all rental assistance and funding for the homeless. Is that correct?
Ma'am, 2,400 people at
I
HUD
didn't
took
ask
the
about, I
voluntary
don't want to ask
DRP.
about, I don't ask about any voluntary 2,400 people who left. How many people did you and Elon Musk fire?
2,400 people took the DRP.
Did
ma'am.
Elon Musk come to your agency? Did you work with him on the interviews that he did and the firing that he did?
Ma'am, Elon Musk was not allowed to do any firing at HUD.
I didn't
2,400
ask you
people
that.
took the
I
DRP.
asked you if he came to your agency and assisted in the firing of some of the 780 people. Anyhow, you're not going to answer that, but let me just ask you, when I compare that, you're going to move to a new location, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have a private gym for you and your family in that construction?
No, ma'am.
Who is it for?
The HUD family.
Are you saying that your personal family will not be allowed to use the gym?
You're misconstruing a rumor. The gym is not for my
I want to know
personal
whether or
family.
not
It's for a
you
HUD
have
family.
reclaiming my time. I want to know whether or not you have indicated that it must be for your private family also.
No.
Thank you very much. And I want to understand some of this construction. Do you have your own private elevator?
I have an elevator at
Do
HUD
you have
right
your
now.
own private elevator designed for this building?
No, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I also want to know, do you have a new expansive dining room that you have helped to design that you would like to have?
No, ma'am. My current office has a dining room in it already.
I didn't ask about your current office. I asked about the new office. You're very clever in the way that you try and...
No, ma'am.
Reclaiming my time.
There's no
Can't say
dining room.
anything. Reclaiming my time. Don't speak when I'm speaking.
The gentleman from Texas's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina. Mr. Timmons, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Secretary for being here today. Let's start by clearing up some things that were just talked about. Mr. Secretary, if 8 million people entered this country illegally in 2024 and we only brought 2 million houses online, is that going to increase the cost of housing?
Yes.
Okay. So the Biden administration had unbridled illegal immigration. Tens of millions of people entered this country, and we were unable to keep up with the housing supply, which caused prices to go up. Not to mention the fact that the Democrats spent $7 trillion during COVID, which caused inflation, which caused interest rates to go up. So millions of Americans, just like me, instead of having a 2.3% mortgage like I did a year ago, now have a 6.8% 5-year ARM. I can't even get a 30-year fixed because that would have been 8.5. So the cost of my mortgage has gone up more than double because of the policies of the previous administration. That is exactly the result of Democrat policies, and it has adversely impacted millions of Americans, and we are doing everything we can to get back to balance. Get back to balance. Ms. Secretary, do you think that if somebody was considering coming to work at HUD, that they would want a perk like a place to exercise before or after work?
Yes, we have many people that use the gym currently at our building.
You know, it's crazy. Congress actually has one of those too. We have a staff gym, we have a members gym, House and Senate side. So it's almost like exercise is important and it's something that people expect. And so I appreciate that you have provided that for your federal employees. I think it's very appropriate.
Yeah, I think good health care is good. You know, it's amazing how people will take rumors and run with them. Our HUD family has a gym right now. In our new building, our HUD family will have a gym. And I believe that's a tremendous asset for our people, healthy body, healthy mind, productive work.
I love it. I'm going to go to my prepared remarks now. Thank you. The timing of today's hearing could not be more important, as both the House and the Senate work to advance serious housing packages aimed at addressing housing affordability for the first time in my congressional career. Your insight is both timely and greatly appreciated. I also want to thank you and your team for carrying out the President's agenda by modernizing outdated programs and lowering barriers to local investment in housing. Communities across the country rely on HUD not only to address long-term housing affordability, but also to help families recover when disaster strikes. In my district, in the upstate of South Carolina, Hurricane Helene caused significant damage to homes and infrastructure. Families and local leaders are still working to rebuild in many situations. Effective disaster recovery depends on getting the policy environment right. When federal programs are overly complex or slow to deploy, rebuilding is delayed and communities are left waiting far too long for help. Simplifying requirements, improving transparency, and providing greater flexibility can make a real difference for states and local governments working to deliver assistance quickly and responsibly. Ms. Secretary, how will HUD's streamlined CDBG disaster recovery guidance help states and local governments move more quickly from a disaster declaration to actually delivering rebuilding assistance to homeowners and renters?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we put out $12 billion in CDBG-DR this year, and streamlining these processes will get the funds and the resources out the door quicker and more appropriately to the people that are actually needing them, people that are rebuilding their lives because of a natural disaster. During the Biden administration, this was not the case, but during this administration at HUD, we are getting these funds out the door to the people who really need them.
Thank you for that. As HUD works with grantees to implement these changes, how will the department ensure that smaller or rural communities with limited administrative capacity can fully take advantage of simplified documentation requirements and added flexibility without being slowed down by compliance uncertainty or federal red tape?
Yes, sir. I think our universal notice will help in that everybody will know exactly what information is required of them.
Great. I really appreciate with that. I think that we're moving in the right direction. Interest rates are coming down. Inflation is coming down. We're growing the economy. Border security has stopped the unbridled flow of illegal immigrants, and we're addressing the million-plus people in this country illegally that have had all of their due process, that have committed violent crimes, rape, murder, human trafficking, arms trafficking, and these are the people that we are currently making sure leave our country to make our citizenry safe. So we're moving in the right direction, and I appreciate all your hard work. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the ranking member for a unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to clarify that our families cannot use the member gym or the staff gym. Is that correct?
That's certainly my understanding, is that the gym in the Capitol complex is for members, and there's also a workout facility for staff members.
Mr. Chairman, that's not correct. Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from South Carolina.
Spouses of members of Congress are allowed to use the members' gym, but
Okay.
we're good. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for this hearing today. Housing is something that I've been wanting to talk about. So welcome, Secretary Turner. We've been waiting for you.
Thank you.
And I am glad to hear the conversation. Mr. Timmons has left now, but around exercise, because I hope that that means he will sign on to my PLAY Act, which is bipartisan legislation to make sure that kids can get exercise in school. Just wanted to throw that in there. But let's get back to housing, because so many Americans are hurting right now. And they're feeling the affordability crisis, which is not a hoax when you're looking at your monthly check and you have more month than money. That's not a hoax. That's real life. And that's what so many Americans are facing right now. But one issue that is kind of abstract and a lot of people don't think about is thinking about home ownership and homes that have been in your family for generations. And Chairman Hill, I know that you have heard me talk about this many times, but I want to talk about how most families, their home and their land, that will be their largest asset that they'll ever own. But unfortunately, many low and middle income families have not been able to extract, build wealth, or even sell the property since they can't even determine or resolve the ownership given the absence of clear titles. Are you familiar with heirs property, Secretary?
Heirs property?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is what I want to talk about. You being from Texas, Texas is one of the states that has a lot of undocumented heirs properties on the book. Georgia, so many states throughout the South. Unfortunately, many families don't know which heirs may have an interest in the property that is being passed down. Land or homes and families are often passed down without a will, leaving unclear ownership. That's heirs property. Without clear titles, families face legal challenges, displacement, or loss of property, and ultimately a loss of generational wealth in underserved families. Fannie Mae studied heirs property and estimated more than $32 billion, with a B, Mr. Secretary, worth of property in 44 states and Washington, D.C. has been impacted by heirship issues. In my home state alone, Georgia has more than $408 million in heirs property. Without wills and estate planning, it is next to impossible to secure wealth from generation to generation. Secretary Turner, understanding that these tangled titles can be extremely complicated to sort out, what steps has HUD taken under your leadership to protect home ownership and the realization of wealth building for families that own heirs properties?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I believe that, as I said before, achieving the dream of home ownership is a great priority of ours. The strategies and ideas that you have as it pertains to heirs property, we're happy to work with you and your team to hear what you're proposing and what you want to do. But I do believe that protecting property is of utmost importance. So I'm in lockstep with you with that.
Thank you so much. This is bipartisan legislation that Ranking Member Waters has been supportive of me getting through, and Chairman Hill as well. We're looking forward to getting this marked up and across the finish line. But now I want to turn to something where people don't actually own their homes. And this is the living conditions of constituents that people in public housing in Atlanta are facing today. And particularly a story that has been in the news a lot, Forest Cove community. Are you familiar with the Forest Cove property in Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
It is one that there's actually a lawsuit right now against HUD and against the landlords and the owners of this property. Because residents were forced to live in unsafe conditions, the city of Atlanta worked with the residents to get them moved out into housing that was acceptable. They faced holes in their floors and walls, unrepaired fire damage, rats, and other pests before the apartments were ultimately condemned and eventually torn down. And I understand that HUD has issued an official debarment order to Millennia CEO and Millennia Housing, prohibiting them from participating in any new business with HUD. Its Office of Multifamily Housing Programs, including the Section 8 program, for 5 years, ending on December 13th, 2028. But it does not affect Millennia's existing properties and contracts with HUD. And that seems unacceptable to me. When I see children, seniors, living in these conditions in Atlanta, Georgia, that they just need some extra assistance, and they're counting on us to hold these bad actors accountable. So we need to do something about this, and it needs to happen now, because people are suffering now, Mr. Secretary. How can you help with this?
Yes, ma'am, and Congressman Williams, please allow us to work with your team so we can get more information on this Millennia. I am familiar with them, but get more information on this property you're telling us about, because people do need to be held accountable according to the living conditions that people are in.
So Millennia has properties all over the country, not just in Atlanta. And again, their existing contracts are not impacted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I will follow up because this is too important to the people that are living in these conditions.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, the majority whip of the House, Mr. Emmer. Mr. Emmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, and thanks for holding this critically important hearing today. Secretary Turner, it's great to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Housing affordability is one of the most pressing challenges facing Minnesota families. Across urban, suburban, and rural communities, families are being squeezed by rising home prices and a housing supply that simply has not kept pace with demand. Outdated, burdensome federal regulations, slow permitting processes, Rigid zoning laws and financing barriers are all factors that make it more difficult and expensive to meet America's housing needs. President Trump has made affordability a central focus of his presidency, reversing the failed policies of the Biden administration and cutting red tape that was only increasing costs and fueling runaway inflation. By updating outdated programs and removing regulatory roadblocks, rather than relying solely on direct federal spending, we will allow this country to meet its housing demands and make housing affordable again for hardworking Americans. Mr. Secretary, HUD has a responsibility not only to expand access to housing, but also to ensure that taxpayer dollars are properly safeguarded. My home state of Minnesota has become a national example of the chaos that occurs when oversight collapses and incompetence surges in a governor's mansion. Following the uncovering of a massive $9 billion welfare fraud scheme that went unaddressed under Governor Tim Walz's watch, you, Mr. Secretary, proactively deployed HUD investigators to Minnesota to provide much-needed fiscal oversight. And on behalf of law-abiding, tax-paying Minnesotans, I want to thank you for taking decisive action where our governor has failed. It's been reported that HUD paid out nearly $85 million in fraudulent federal housing assistance payments to Minnesota during the last year of former President Biden's presidency. Is that correct, Secretary Turner?
Yes, sir, those were the findings.
And it's my understanding that of this total, $500,000 was paid out to dead Minnesota residents, while another $250,000 went to individuals whose Social Security numbers couldn't be verified. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we say that individuals whose Social Security numbers could not be verified, Mr. Secretary, what exactly do you mean?
Well, when you think about it, there may be numbers missing, there be maybe smudges on the number. Oftentimes that means that they are here illegally.
All right. So likely they're illegal aliens that have taken advantage of the system. In other words, as American families struggled to afford housing and keep up with everyday costs, the federal government was providing assistance to those here illegally, taking resources away from the citizens that these programs are actually created to help. It's abundantly clear to me that those who lined their pockets by defrauding the American people, along with those who did nothing to stop it, must be held accountable. How can HUD hold these individuals' feet to the fire and potentially recoup these fraudulent payments?
Yes, sir, thank you. As we go through this analysis, continued analysis and investigation, we will use the full extent of the law to enforce the law and to bring the proper and appropriate punishment to those who have defrauded the American people.
What additional authorities, Mr. Secretary, does HUD have to examine other areas where Governor Walz and Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison have been negligent in their stewardship of the people of Minnesota?
Yes, sir, we will continue to investigate. We have actually boots on the ground now. As you know, in Minnesota, receives about $150 million in housing assistance, so we want to make sure that those funds are being used appropriately. And we also have partnerships across the entire federal government and in particular agencies that we can utilize to make sure people are being held accountable.
This is the new fair housing investigation that you're engaged in?
Yes, sir, we do have a task force to do so.
I see my time is coming to an end, so I'd like to quickly highlight the Securing Facilities for Mental Health Services Act, which I partnered with Representative Torres to reintroduce last week. We have a mental health crisis in this country, all while having a shortage of care facilities. Under current law, inpatient psychiatric hospitals are prohibited from accessing mortgage assistance through HUD's Section 242 program since they treat patients over an extended period of time. Our Securing Facilities for Mental Health Services Act reverses this prohibition, alleviating the inpatient bed shortage across the country and encourages the expansion of psychiatric inpatient hospitals. Mr. Secretary, can I get your assurance that we'll work together on this much-needed legislation so we can assure that Americans with mental health challenges are able to receive the treatment they deserve and need?
Yes, sir, happy to work with you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Turner, thank you for your testimony. And as I've heard from your testimony so far, that you strongly agree with the notion that the key to tackling our housing affordability crisis, one that tens of millions of families struggle with every day to pay rent, is really boosting supply. I think you cited a number estimate between 4 and 7 million homes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As we look at other places throughout the country and even outside this country that have found creative ways to boost supply, look at cities like Vancouver, where we see a third of the single-family parcels now have backyard homes or ADUs, accessory dwelling units. We in the city of San Jose, where I was mayor, attempted to tackle this one aspect of this challenge by helping more homeowners become home providers, by streamlining the permitting process, working with some folks in the private sector who were building prefabricated modular units, enabling homeowners to get a permit in a day by going online. And we found a dramatic expansion of interest from homeowners. We went from about 15 permits a year that were issued for those kinds of accessory dwelling units, backyard homes, to more than 800 within just a couple of years. Do you agree that this might be a useful focus area for us as we're trying to expand housing supply in various ways?
Yes, sir, and we have had many conversations about the ADUs from a HUD standpoint and providing flexibility with that. I think we like that if the ADUs are attached and not detached and that they're not too prescriptive, that we can support this. But happy to hear from you and your team. And I know our team has been talking about this in our housing office.
Well, I appreciate that and that interest. What we found in the city of San Jose was that although we were seeing a huge increase in the number of permits that homeowners were getting, we would go back after a couple of years to figure out if the units were actually getting built, and maybe only, and this is anecdotal, roughly half the folks that we were surveying were saying they were actually getting units built because they couldn't get financing. A lot of modest income homeowners couldn't get a bank to lend to them. They couldn't get a second. And so we have been exploring options around that, and I introduced a bill, H.R. 4568, which is Supply Act, and I would love to engage with your team on that. And I know we've reached out. The concern, of course, is how we can, without any cost to the taxpayers, be able to enable FHA-insured second loans to be able to expand opportunities for homeowners to become home providers. Is that something that your team would be willing to work with us on?
Yeah, so we're happy to look at that, as you said. Anytime, our number one deal is to make sure the FHA is secure, make sure it's solvent, make sure we're not disrupting the housing market, as you know. But happy to explore these ideas with you and your team, sir.
I appreciate that concern. I understand that in December of last year, they looked at the FHA's insurance fund cap ratio, which I understand is legally required to be 2%. It's now nearly 11.5%. So that insurance fund is in pretty good shape. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay, that's good news. So I think there's opportunity for us to look at these kinds of innovative approaches. Last area I just wanted to explore, I appreciate that the new markets tax credit is now permanent. I think that was important and one of the few things in HR1 that I supported. And I appreciate the intention and efforts of the opportunity zones to revitalize development and ultimately jobs and opportunities in many low-income communities. But as you know, many downtowns in large cities throughout the country actually don't qualify. They don't have the census tracts within those downtowns to be able to use new market tax credits or opportunity zones. Right. And given the very high rate of office vacancy we have right now, more than 19% throughout the country, do you agree that there might need to be opportunities for us to find ways to convert some of that vacant office space to housing, even outside of those opportunity zones?
Opportunity zones, as you said, have been very impactful in our country as it pertains to revitalizing communities and building new housing, creating new jobs. This idea of turning commercial spots into housing is something that I have heard of, something I have talked about with us, and I think it's something that we need to explore. I have heard that it's not as many people that utilize commercial to turn them in to housing, but it doesn't mean that we cannot do it, but happy to talk about that, sir.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, who's the chair of our Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and AI Subcommittee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Housing costs are a huge challenge. We've seen the prices go up. There's a good AEI study that shows we're at effectively 6 million in undersupply. And if you look at a supply and demand curve, we know we have to get the supply up in the United States to bring down housing costs. One of the biggest drivers of getting those costs down and increasing supply is the regulatory red tape. This committee has moved through, I think, transformative legislation in that regard. I want to come back to that at the end. But I want to talk about one of the challenges that we've seen in HUD in the previous administration, in particular as it relates to Milwaukee in my home state of Wisconsin. As you may well be aware, the Housing Authority, the city of Milwaukee, had misappropriated $2.8 million in funds that were supposed to be used for rental assistance. Instead, those funds went to a whole host of other things, such as salaries, pay in different other types of payments, and it put the financial structure of the Milwaukee Housing Authority in jeopardy. I know you, as you've come in as secretary, have been engaged in this, working on corrective actions. Is there any update or status that you can provide us as we're working to make sure that that's fixed?
Yes, sir. I know that our team has been working on this and sure been working with your team. I'm happy to get you that updated real-time data as soon as we get done here, sir.
I think that would be helpful. I think it's really important that we work to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. HUD, as you know, is an absolutely essential agency. We want it to work for those it was designed for, but not to be misappropriating those funds. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to that report.
Yes, sir.
Another comment before I try to close out on the regulation side. The Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act is up for reauthorization. That is a really big deal to Native American communities in my home state of Wisconsin. It's important to Native American communities across the United States. Are you committed to working with us in reauthorizing that program and making needed reforms to it?
Yes, sir. You know, I have been in great support of our tribes across the country. I've traveled to many in the first Trump administration and this administration. So to keep their sovereignty and flexibility through NAHASDA, through our ONAP office, we're happy to work with you and your team, sir.
I appreciate your commitment to it. In getting to those locations on site, as you have done before, and I know as you have engaged in your role as secretary, is really important. There's some unique aspects in our Native American housing legislation, and getting that first-hand understanding is really important. Let me close out on the regulatory side, which is where I began my remarks. There is a real need to reduce the regulatory red tape. You've commented on it in your testimony. You've commented on it earlier today. I just want to give you another minute to talk about what we should be looking at here to make sure that we're forcing those local municipalities, in particular state regulations, to get themselves in line where we can close the gap on this 6 million undersupply.
Right.
I'll yield to you for your additional comments on that.
No, yes, sir. I mean, I don't have much to add to that. I would say, you know, the more that we have members of this committee talking to their constituents, talking to local leadership about removing the regulatory barriers to housing affordability, to building housing, the construction of housing, development of communities, and restoring that back to them. The more we can talk to them and encourage them and guide them through that, the better. And I believe as the regulatory environment comes down, the supply will go up and costs will come down so that more Americans can actually purchase a home.
Getting that supply up is absolutely critical. In our final minute, you have a lot of background in opportunity zones. And as we look at that legislation, how is HUD prioritizing its work with opportunity zones to provide better outcomes to communities?
Thank you. Well, you know, during the first Trump administration, HUD led an opportunity zone initiative working across 15 domestic agencies. It was a very impactful and transformative policy. So we're looking forward to opportunity zones being made permanent starting in January 2027. Next year, or this year actually, the summer this year, governors will begin to pick out opportunity zone census tracts. And so I hope they're very thoughtful in working with local experts, leaders, to make sure that the zones that we pick will impact the communities.
Secretary Turner, thanks for your work. This is a huge area of concern for Americans, and I appreciate your service. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana. Mr. Fields, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me first thank the chair and the ranking member for holding us here, and let me thank you also, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Since taking office, you have terminated hundreds of HUD employees and announced plans to close field offices in 34 states, including the District of Columbia. This includes also a New Orleans field office in my home state of Louisiana. The Housing and Community Development Act of 1987 requires that HUD maintain at least one field office in each state. Mr. Secretary, my question is, did HUD publish a cost-benefit analysis before announcing these closures as required by law? If so, tell me about it. If not, why not?
Yes, sir. That field office is still open as we speak, and we want to utilize our field offices to serve the people around our country. And as far as you know, I've heard about these slashes and cuts to HUD's employees, and I've said it repeatedly that we've had about 2,400 people that have voluntarily taken a DRP. We're very focused on our field offices and serving our constituents in all 10 regions around the country as it pertains to HUD, sir.
Did you, according to law, you had to do a cost-benefit analysis? Did you do a cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, sir. We have been following the law extensively. As I said, that field office and others are still open to serve the people of that district.
And if you may, can you provide the chair and me a copy of that cost-benefit analysis?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Also, HUD field offices provides face-to-face to grantees, as you know. I mean, face-to-face contact. And they also are responsible for enforcing federal statutes. So it's so important that we have these field offices. My next question is, on March 3rd, 2025, Ranking Member Waters, myself, and 122 House Democrats sent you a letter demanding transparency and about wrongful termination of staff, fund freezing, and DOJ involvement in HUD. That letter, to my knowledge, received no response. Why not?
Congressman Fields, we will make sure that there was a response to that letter, sir, and we'll work with our team to get that to you if you have not received that.
Yeah, and also on March 17, 2025, we sent another letter signed by 106 members of Congress about the Fair Housing Enforcement. It took 10 months. Actually, you responded last Friday, right before this hearing. Do you think that HUD, is beyond oversight?
No, sir, I don't believe that any agency is beyond oversight.
Those letters that we sent to you as members of Congress, many of the members sit on this committee. Can you make sure that we have a response, that you respond to the ranking member of those to those letters that we sent to you to actually very pertinent questions about firing, about cuts? If you can get us a response to those letters as soon as possible, I would appreciate it. This time, as chairman, I yield the remaining time to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fields, for your probing questions to Secretary Turner here today. Secretary Turner, I want to go back to the new move that you're making and ask you a few questions. What is the cost? What is the total cost of that move?
Ma'am, what I can tell you is that it's going to save the American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
No. Don't tell me how much it's going to save. I want to know what is the cost of the move. The reason I'm asking is because of the tremendous cuts that you're making where consumers are going to basically suffer. I want to know what is the total cost of the move.
Ma'am, our move will save the American taxpayer
I didn't ask you what it was going to
dollars.
save. Reclaiming my time, I want to know what is the cost of the total move.
We'll get the exact number to you, ma'am, but it pales in comparison
No,
to the
no,
amount of
no.
money that we'll
Either you
save.
know it or you don't want to tell me.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Fields' time has expired. He yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana. Mr. Stutzman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I apologize for my voice. I was yelling a little too much at the national championship game the other day, and I know our team put a thumping on your alma mater, but I'm sure you were rooting for the Big Ten as well, sir. But anyway, great to have you. If you want to respond, you feel free to do so anytime.
That's all right.
But anyway, go IU. In Carmel, nearly 1 in 4 single-family rentals. I'm sorry, let me back up. I want to missed my opening remarks here. But last night, President Trump unveiled a much-anticipated executive order aimed at leveling the playing field for American homebuyers. The executive order reflects concerns that I hear from my constituents who are worried that large corporations are negatively affecting their ability to buy a home through their participation in single-family rental market, in the single-family market. In fact, a 2024 GAO report found that institutional investors of varying sizes make up a large portion of the single-family rental market in many cities across the country, including some in my home state of Indiana. In Carmel, Indiana, nearly 1 in 4 single-family rentals is owned by a large corporate investor. As a result, the city recently passed an ordinance aimed at prioritizing single-family homes for owner-occupants, demonstrating that this issue is being felt on the ground in our local communities. I believe that President Trump's willingness to confront these realities sends a clear message that this administration stands with homebuyers and communities first. I know this is just a couple hours old executive order, but I'd be curious what your thoughts are, and can you share with us a little bit how HUD plans to implement the executive order?
Yes, sir. As you said, it is hours old. We will be working with our federal partners at the Treasury, FHFA. According to the President's executive order, we do have 30 days to work together and get back again with the President. But the intentions are very clear that we want to make sure that American people are able to buy homes. Homes are for the American people, and obviously said, as the President said, not corporations. And so we are fully on board and working with the President and across federal agencies to make sure that the American people can buy homes for themselves.
Perfect, thank you. I want to shift the focus a little bit to some of the good work that this committee is doing addressing housing affordability. All HUD-assisted housing projects require environmental reviews before they can move forward. For rural projects that also utilize USDA assistance, developers must currently undergo 2 separate environmental reviews. This duplicative process creates additional costs for developers, it prolongs the construction, and it deters much-needed investment in affordable rural housing. I introduced the Streamlining Rural Housing Act along with Ms. McLean, Ms. Peterson, and Mr. Scott. It's a bipartisan bill, and the bill would require HUD and USDA to develop a joint environmental review and inspection process for rural housing projects, cutting red tape and making affordable rural housing easier to build. Would you agree that Congress needs to modernize and streamline these reviews so developers can build faster and get more Americans into homes? Cutting red tape is what we're trying to accomplish here.
Yes, sir. I believe that the streamlining and the modernization, as you said, will help not only get into a home, but get into a home faster and cheaper. We have a great working relationship with USDA, as you know, and so I'm grateful that you all are working on that to help the American people.
Great. Also, an important part of this committee's Housing for the 21st Century Act. I know that you and President Trump are working to make the dream of owning a home more attainable for Americans. In the 21st Century Act, it will serve as the cornerstone of those efforts, and yet can be another win for the American people, as well as for President Trump and Republicans. It will be a win for all of us. How important is it that we enact common sense solutions that will make it easier to build homes in this country and really provide affordable housing for the American people?
Yes, sir. I think it's extremely important to enact common sense strategies and legislation to help the American people. I'm on board with that.
I appreciate the hard work that you're doing. I also appreciate you personally, your family, your faith, and your outspokenness, really fighting for the American people.
Yes, sir.
And can't think of a better person, spokesperson, to address what is the American dream. and that is to own a home. And what I see, is Washington continues to pile on more and more and making it difficult not only just to build a home, but to buy a home. And I appreciate your leadership on this, and anything that I can do, would always be happy to support you to do that. So,
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado. Ms. Peterson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Turner, for being with us today. It's such a critical conversation. Housing is the #1 pain point for Coloradans and people across the country. So while we are talking about housing, I want to focus on one thing that really stood out for me with your testimony today. I appreciate you talking about your personal experience with a family member who has struggled with addiction, and you have seen firsthand the devastating impacts that this disease can bring. And like you and millions of Americans, my family has also been impacted. My mom struggled with an opioid addiction for decades, and these experiences have informed my perspective on the support that people need to live in recovery. And this morning, you said that your family supported your homeless uncle while getting him services. And it sounds like your family used the Housing First model. Why are you opposed to the Housing First model for everyone else?
Actually, we didn't just house him. We did get him wraparound services from the VA and other places, faith-based organizations. Housing First is exactly that. It focuses on just housing people, but that has been a failed policy as it pertains to homelessness. And so what I'm proposing and what we think is it needs to be a paradigm shift, not just to house people, but to really put the axe head to the root of why people are homeless. Talk about drug addiction or any other type of addiction, alcoholism, mental illness, and to treat these, to get them transformed, and then to get them back to a life of self-sustainability. So not just housing first, but to house them and then wraparound services to get them fully healed and then get people back in that actually need the help. And so I believe that the Housing First model is a failed model.
Secretary Turner,
it hasn't reduced homelessness.
I'm reclaiming my
so there has to be a
time.
paradigm shift.
So your uncle was lucky enough to have people in his life that were able to bring him in. What options should people have when they're struggling with addiction and they don't have anyone to turn to?
Well, I believe that this idea that we're proposing will help people such as this.
All right, I'm reclaiming my time.
Okay.
So I've seen how critical access to housing is for some of the most vulnerable populations. My mom was on the wait list for years. She finally got the notification that she was one of the lucky ones. She finally had a voucher that was going to follow her. She had a safe place to go. She was able to leave her abusive and unsafe situation and have a home. And while unfortunately my mom didn't have access to the critical care that she needed, I can guarantee you that my mom would not be alive today if she didn't have access to housing. So something that I'm very concerned about is the continuum of care program. I've heard from people on the ground in Colorado about the 2,200 people that are at risk of losing housing right now because you all have upended this program. Right now it is being held up in the courts, and it's the only thing protecting these seniors who have experienced long-term homelessness, sexual and domestic abuse survivors, single parents trying to put a roof over their families' heads, and also people who are struggling with addiction. The qualifications are changing. They don't know exactly what this is going to look like, and people are deeply concerned about what's going to happen to these individuals. What analysis did your agency conduct to understand the impact of the disruption on these vulnerable populations?
So, Congressman Peters, I think you alluded to it. It's the litigation is holding up. 22 states are holding up the movement of our continuum of care. We were ready right when the shutdown came out. We announced it, but because of litigation, it is delaying the process. And so I think you're speaking to exactly what the problem is.
Secretary Turner, I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time because it's running out, and I'd love to have a written copy on what analysis you did for the impact. And I want to take you back to Colorado and the experience that we had. I saw firsthand fighting to save my mom's life, who struggled with addiction with nowhere to go, and finding out that Medicaid didn't cover access to treatment. It is a medical condition that absolutely needs medical attention. So we applied for a waiver. I directed the state to apply for a waiver, and we took years to implement and oversee this waiver. It has saved countless lives. 34 other states followed suit. So we have built capacity across the nation to help support those who are struggling with addiction. Unfortunately, under this administration with the OBBB, they took away the ability for states to utilize this waiver. 15,000 people in Colorado the first year had access to treatment because of this. So when you talk about increasing access to treatment and giving people the help they need, it couldn't be further from the truth on what is happening under this administration. Are you aware about taking away this waiver and also just last week unlawfully threatening to withhold $2 billion from SAMHSA funding?
If you would answer that question in writing, Mr. Secretary, the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, who's the chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Turner, great to see you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate all your great work, your continued great work. You mentioned earlier that the HUD doesn't have a money problem. It has had a management problem. So I appreciate that very much, particularly since in 2019, the budget was $54 billion with 7,400 employees. In 2024, it was $72 billion with 9,600 employees. By the way, the Biden administration during the 4-year period hired 275,000 new federal employees. So yours went up proportionally about what other agencies did. Yet, on the budget side of things for 2026, you've got a budget of $76.5 billion, $4.5 billion than before, where my understanding is all of it basically is going to the tenant-based rental assistance program, which sounds like it's needed, but I'm sure you're going to manage through that. Is that because of the high influx of illegals, that illegal immigrants have come in, or why $4.5 billion or $6 billion more for that, just from the huge increases that occurred during the Biden administration?
Well, yes, sir. There was no accountability and no transparency. And you alluded to during the Biden administration, actually during COVID, there were 2,000 additional people that were hired at HUD, but the results were abysmal. The work was not being done. We were still serving only 1 out of every 4 people. When we came in, we gave the people the option, the voluntary option to take the DRP. 2,400 did, but we have not missed a beat as far as fulfilling our statutory requirements and serving the people of our country. But yes, when you have millions of illegals that are coming across our border, it does strain our housing supply. It does take up housing that is supposed to be for the American people. So yes, sir, this is part of the problem.
Okay, and fraud, waste, and abuse. I mean, when you increase from $54 billion over a few-year period to $72 billion, as occurred in the Biden administration, fraud, waste, and abuse, Secretary Bissett estimated to be about 10% across all agencies. You've already identified, I believe, $6 billion of fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yeah, there was a lack of stewardship, if you will, a lack of management and financial controls during the Biden administration. I believe that we need to be good stewards over taxpayer dollars with almost an $80 billion budget and serving the people of America. We have to utilize and maximize this budget in an appropriate way to serve those who are called to serve, and that was not happening during the Biden administration. But rest assured, since I've come in and our team has come in, we're laser focused on using the resources of taxpayer money to serve the people of HUD as it pertains to housing, homelessness, and disaster recovery.
Thank you. And PHAs, is that where some of the fraud, waste, and abuse?
Yes, sir. There's a lot of waste and fraud and abuse in PHAs, but we've also put PHAs across our country on notice, telling them, hey, listen, we're not going to turn a blind eye. You will be held accountable about who lives in these HUD-funded properties, the living conditions, the crime. I said before, we introduced a crime hotline for people not to be afraid to tell us about what's going on in PHAs. That's nefarious activity, because public housing should be safe housing and it should be accountable.
Outstanding, thank you. The Housing 21st Century Act, written by our colleague Mike Flood and our chairman, calls for increased transparency of HUD contracts and to publish all contracts to ensure money goes where it says it's going. Is that a bill that you're, and by the way, it also requires you to testify once a year, so you have that to look forward to.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, okay. I'm happy to see y'all.
All right, great. Also, just lastly, as I wrap up, veteran housing. I'm doing some work with Tunnel to Towers that creates a program to maximize the use of the HUD VASH vouchers, so jurisdictions with too many vouchers can send them to others in need. Can you just speak a little bit about how you're strengthening veteran housing?
Yes, sir. You know, this is a top priority for us at HUD, our VASH program, working with the VA, Secretary Collins, I have met and seen many veterans across our country, both from the tribal nations and not. And so veteran housing is very important to us, and we want to make sure we continue to strengthen veteran housing to take care of the men and women that serve our country.
Well, thank you. We're very happy you're in your position. Appreciate you very much. And Chairman, I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Turner,
Yes, ma'am.
for appearing before our committee today and for your testimony. And thank you to Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters for convening this important meeting. One of the issues that I hear about from my constituents in Oregon time and time again, regardless of their background and their politics, is the crushing cost of housing. I'm sure everybody said that today. And I believe our federal government must make significant strides to address this crisis. So I'm proud to be on this committee, and I think we have an obligation to advance good policy that lowers the cost of buying a home and decreases rents for folks across the country. So with that in mind, first I wanted to address with you the critical issue of housing affordability on Indian reservations and in tribal communities. My home state of Oregon is home to 9 federally recognized tribes that all receive federal dollars under the Indian Housing Block Grant Program. And as you know, NAHASDA, under which the IHBG program is administered, was last reauthorized in 2008, and the program expired in 2013. So since its initial passage, the program has been a vital investment in safe and affordable housing for Native families across the country. In Oregon, where several tribes were stripped of their rights as federally recognized tribes under the federal government's termination policy, this resulted in them losing their lands and critical funding. NAHASDA has enabled those tribes to reassert their sovereignty and provide affordable housing, maintenance, and counseling in their communities. So I was pleased to hear the commitment that you made to Congressman Downing earlier in this hearing to reauthorize and update NAHASDA, and I look forward to working with you and the Congressman on this program. So I want to switch gears now and move you to the broader market and housing affordability challenges. You've spoken briefly about slashing bureaucracy, yay, as a cure-all, but in my district, the math doesn't always add up. And so even with zero red tape, our residential construction industry faces a labor shortage, and the cost of materials remains at a record high. Now, this is where I come in. As a mom, it poses a particular challenge for our young people. You may know that nearly 1/3, which is about 32.5% of young adults aged 18 to 34, live in their parents' homes. I don't know if you have kids, but I have 4 of them, 24, 21, 17, 15, and I tell them, A, I want to transition them off the payroll, and B, I want you to live down the street, not downstairs. Right. That's what we're working on, right? So, you know, I've spoken in the committee before about that, but I want to know what specific HUD resources are being deployed. That new supply that comes online isn't just luxury development, but they're homes that our young people can actually afford to buy and live in.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, Congressman Bynum, and I agree, the quicker you can get them off the payroll, the better. And we are very focused on this because I, too, hear from young people about housing affordability. And to me, it's an overall picture of getting our fiscal house in order, bringing interest rates down, mortgage rates down, and access to capital. And with these things, I think across generations, if we can bring the affordability down, which we're working on, and bring the supply up, then people in America will be able to afford to buy a home, and rents will be adequate to people that can rent. But I also will talk about opportunity zones, because I believe in opportunity zones. It gives us an asset. It gives us a means to build affordable housing across our country of all types, multifamily or single family, if you will. Prioritize a really single family, because that's the greatest way to start creating wealth in our country. And so I too share the same sentiment and know that we'll fully focus on working housing affordability, not just by talk, but really by execution and action. And you can see not only just from the president, but other agencies and leaders that we're taking bold steps to make sure this happens.
Thank you. So building on that, you said that states and local governments should have skin in the game. You've said that before. And when it comes to housing affordability, I would say during my time in the state legislature, Oregon authorized over $350 million to build more housing. So if states like mine continue to step up, would you be open to committing that HUD recognize those state and local efforts where housing is most needed and use your resources to amplify those methods?
Yes, I like to tell stories about people that are doing it the right way.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California. Ms. Kim, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for hosting today's hearing. And Secretary Turner, thank you for being here. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you, ma'am.
Thank you. You know, in California, where I'm from, we're facing affordability crisis, especially in housing. Not only have we received F rating in housing affordability, but only 17% of Californians can afford to purchase a medium-priced family home. This is simply unacceptable, which is why I've been working hard in Congress to enact policies that will undo the damaging work that our governor has done. So as a chair of, co-chair of the SALT caucus, I was able to deliver 4 times increase in SALT deduction to help address housing affordability, and I hope this brings some relief for Californians. And I've also been championing the use of modern credit scoring models in housing. As you know, these models often include rental and utility payment data, all of which will help more Americans achieve their dream of home ownership. You know, Secretary Turner, as FHFA finalizes the implementation of President Trump's Credit Score Competition Act, I hope that you will ensure that FHA underwriting keeps pace so that more working families can purchase homes and we can lift that 17% number in California. You don't have to respond because I know you're in agreement with this. So let me just shift some topics now and focus on the potential changes to the claims without conveyance of title program that would allow mortgage servicers to use auction providers that they own or control when a loan goes to foreclosure. Secretary Turner, is it not a strong possibility that a mortgage servicer would simply steer all the auction business to their own auction platform, regardless of performance?
Yes, I think that bringing competition to this is a great idea. One, competition brings out the best in everyone. Competition also, there's accountability in competition, and so I'm familiar, obviously, with what you're speaking of. And so I think working with our housing office to bring more competition to the table is a healthy thing.
You know, I just wanted to ask you, when you were deciding to make these changes, did HUD do any analyses or studies that indicated that competition was lacking among independent auction platforms?
Yes, ma'am, I do believe so, and I'll get that report for you. We'll work with our team and our housing office to make sure.
Thank you. As you continue that comment period and evaluate the feedback on that proposal, of course, I want to see what you have, but I hope that you also consider the possibility that this could potentially lead to more consolidation with the industry rather than competition. Let me shift gears again. You know, in Orange County, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties that I'm honored to represent, we are lucky to have great community partners who have stewarded the continuum of care funding to help thousands of my constituents. But as you know, there is a shift from 2-year funding cycle to 1-year funding cycle. So I'm concerned that these funds will not reach the communities that need them in a timely fashion. So can you explain why this decision was made to shift from 2 to 1 year period?
Yes, ma'am, and it's a results-oriented decision. As I study the continuum of care of old, with record funding going towards the continuum of care legislation, or we feel the NOFO, the competitive NOFO, I don't believe that we were serving the homeless neighbors that we should have been serving and treating them and getting them to self-sustainability like we should have. And so, to use a football term, we were running the same plays over and over again, but they were not bringing the best results for the American people. And so through our analysis and through our study, the one-year deal that you mentioned, and also the way that these funds are allocated, not just to housing, but to treat people as an overarching theme that we have.
So I just want to ask you if, as you go through these changes, if you can give the previous 2-year grant recipients priority during any new notice of funding opportunity, because it is really important to recognize that there are great partners that have done a great job. They know their community and the people they are serving the best.
Yes, ma'am. And those that are bringing the results that are actually helping the homeless neighbors that we have across our country, they will, we do want to work with them in an appropriate manner. Yes, ma'am.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan. Ms. Tlaib, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, it's not working. 1 second. Sorry. That's never happened before. Okay. Can I get my time back? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Secretary, for, oh, yeah. I think people know who I am. Okay. Thank you. It's very kind. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. And
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to know, of course, you can see there's incredible bipartisan support to do more around housing. Are you familiar with who Paul Osadebe is? Do you know who that is?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who Palmer Heenan is? Can they both please stand in the back? They're right behind you. Do you know who these employees are? No? You're not familiar with them, sir?
I've seen them.
You've seen them, okay. You could take your seat. So both of them are attorneys that enforce our housing laws, including discrimination. Are you aware that that's their role?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that one of them is on administrative leave, and the other one, Mr. Heenan, you fired him. Is that correct?
Ma'am, these things are under litigation at HUD, and so
For the
I can
record,
no, I
Mr.
can no
Chair.
further speak on that.
For the record, Mr. Chair, Mr. Osadebe is confirmed that he's on administrative leave by the secretaries under his leadership, and Mr. Paul Heenan was fired. I am very confused about how we're enforcing current law. So are you familiar with the Whistleblowers Protection Act?
I am.
Okay. Employees are protected when they reasonably believe they're revealing violation of law, right? A rule or regulation, gross mismanagement, gross waste of funds, abuse of authority, right? So why'd you put them on leave and fire them when they were trying to enforce the law?
Congressman, these things are under litigation, so I'm not at
But
liberty
they're
to
protected
speak
under the
upon them.
Whistleblowers Act. Do you at least agree they're protected under the Whistleblowers Protection Act?
Yes, and we uphold the Whistleblowers Act, but I'm not going to talk about
They
things
are,
that are in
okay.
litigation.
But for the record, they are protected. They came to Congress to say, I was trying to enforce VAWA, Violence Against Women's Act. I was trying to do my job, and they told me to stop. This is what the claim here is. They came to Congress to say, you know, please know that I'm trying to do my job, and I'm being told, no, go home. I'll pay you, but you're not going to enforce VAWA. And you, I'm going to fire you. Even though they came before Congress, they should be protected. Do you at least agree that anybody coming to Congress under the protection of the Whistleblowers Protection Act should be protected?
Well, like I said, we uphold the Whistleblowers Act, but I'm not at liberty to speak on these things.
Okay, well, Mr. Secretary, this is important when the American people would like to know. Do you believe housing discrimination is illegal?
All discrimination is illegal.
Good. If laws are not being enforced, would you want an employee under your department to come forward?
What I would want is for us to
Oh, that's a
uphold-
simple, Secretary, come on.
Yes,
that's a
ma'am.
So if your federal
Listen to
employee,
me,
if
you
they come
would.
before you and say, hey, the law right now on housing discrimination, which we're legally really forced to enforce, if it's not being followed, would you want them to come to you?
Of course, I would want our team to know about any discrimination that's going on, but I
So
want
then why did
real
you fire a
discrimination.
supervisor who came to you and said, hey, when we do this, it's illegal? They came to you, the supervisor came and said to folks under your leadership, hey, we can't ignore a VAWA claim. I mean, this woman was being stalked, and she was being discriminated in accessing housing. And there was direction that violated current federal law. And instead of allowing them to comply or make adjustments, you let them go.
As I said before, I'm not going to speak on this issue as it is under litigation. And to the
But
privacy
Secretary,
of
if
these
you
two
do find
gentlemen
out
and
they're
HUD, I
protect-
think that's appropriate.
If you do find out through investigation, through the process and the litigation, will you commit to immediately returning all former fair housing staff that have been reassigned?
Ma'am, that is not a commitment that I'm going to make today. We
That's
have to
fine.
go through the litigation process.
Okay. Will you at least commit that if someone came forward to say we're not enforcing housing discrimination laws that the Congress passed, will you at least consider rehiring them? It's not just about Mr. Palmer Heenan, who's really a hero, and so is Paul Asadeh Bey. They know, Asadeh Bey and Heenan know that their lives were altered completely because they have become the face of folks that have come forward and speak the truth about the fact that we're not enforcing housing discrimination law under your leadership.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing and Insurance and a principal author of our 21st Century Housing Act. Mr. Flood, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Turner, thank you for being here today. Yes, sir. As you know, our committee has worked very hard on the Housing for the 21st Century Act, which would address rising housing costs with reforms that will cut red tape and reduce burdensome federal regulations that slow down projects. I wanted to discuss a few of the regulatory reforms that I think will be especially meaningful within the Housing for the 21st Century Act. So let's start with environmental review and permitting. Section 201 statutorily exempts uses of the Home Investment Partnership dollars for the following activities from NEPA review. Number 1, new construction of infill housing projects. Number 2, acquisition of real property. Number 3, rehabilitation projects. And then number 4, new construction projects of 15 units or less. Here's my question. Would statutory exemptions for these activities from NEPA review make the home program more efficient and help build more housing?
Yes, sir, I do believe so. Any duplicative process, as you know, slows down building, makes it more less efficient and costs more. So anything that we can do to ease that burden, we are willing to look at and work, obviously, with you as we look at housing affordability.
So the 21st Century Housing Act also exempts small home investment partnership programs grantees from Section 3 requirements for projects with 50 units or less. And as a reminder, Section 3 of the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1968 requires recipients of HUD dollars to prioritize hiring low-income and very low-income people on projects.
Right.
While these requirements are well-meaning, they can be very difficult to fulfill in rural areas, especially ones that have workforce challenges to begin with. So here's my question, Mr. Secretary. Do you think that tailoring Section 3 requirements for smaller jurisdictions could make the home program more efficient and help build more housing?
Yes, sir, and I know we've had conversations with people on our team pertaining to Section 3 in the home program, and we're open to ideas, obviously, as I've told many of your colleagues here, to work with you and your team on that.
I'd like to briefly touch on changes to the home ownership side of the home program. Section 201 of the 21st Century Housing Act would increase the area median income threshold for home ownership eligibility in the home program from 80% to 100% of area median income. Mr. Secretary, do you agree that that is right-sizing the statutory requirements, and will it make it easier for municipalities to use the home program for home ownership?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's touch on Build America, Buy America, and I do appreciate the gentleman from Montana for raising this in his efforts today. Section 201 of this act that we've been referencing says that partnership dollars used for housing from the Build America, Buy America Act requirements are part of President Biden's infrastructure law. While supporting manufacturing and U.S. manufacturing is important through the process, whether it's Habitat for Humanity or the Huntsville Housing Authority, whoever it was across America, we got feedback that the current iteration of Build America, Buy America requirements are delaying and in some cases outright killing affordable housing projects. Mr. Secretary, do you think easing Build America, Buy America requirements for housing could make the home program more efficient and help build more housing?
Yes, sir. As I told a couple of your colleagues earlier, that we are definitely willing to listen and to analyze the Build America, Buy America program as it pertains to flexibility, in particular in our rural areas. So we're happy to work with you and your team on that to see what we can do to ease that burden.
I appreciate that, and I would just stress that especially the Habitat for Humanity folks, they're trying their best to keep the costs down, and sometimes those appliances in cases or windows are very hard to come by. Last question, Secretary Turner, I think there are a lot of things that HUD can do administratively to ease the compliance burdens associated with Build America, Buy America requirements on housing projects. Would you commit to working with me and my team to ensure BABA compliance doesn't continue to hinder HUD's affordable housing projects?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I appreciate, we have a unique opportunity this year in America to have the first meaningful housing package since 2015, thanks to a Senate that is a willing partner, a House that has done a lot of work in a bipartisan manner, and a president that just today made comments about the importance of housing affordability. I just want us all to take advantage of this time in a bipartisan way and reach a goal. And with that, I appreciate your time, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being in front of us, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. And on behalf of all the people of Illinois, I'd like to apologize to you as a former Illini for your rude treatment on the behalf of the gentleman from Indiana.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I knew I had one.
Weirdly, I actually want to start with football. You familiar with Polymarket?
With what, sir?
Polymarket. It's a company. They call themselves a prediction markets platform. It's a gambling platform. They allow people to bet on measles cases in the U.S., outcomes, prop bets on football games, winners of next elections. The NFL has actually raised concerns that this platform, potentially allows players, coaches, people with inside information to, get into the Black Sox scandal again, to take another Illinois reference.
Yeah, it's hurting the integrity of the game.
Yeah, so Polymarket is now letting people bet on median home prices. And so you've got a situation where realtors, people who have knowledge of the market, could find themselves in an economic situation where they might have a rooting interest. If you're not familiar, I guess I just ask, can you commit to working with us to try to make sure that we're not allowing these platforms to compromise people's access to housing in America?
Yes, sir. I look forward to having that conversation indeed.
We'll follow up on that. Second question, and this is following on Ms. Talib's, you'd commented several times, including to the ranking member, that no one was fired at HUD, that they all took retirement. We've identified a couple of people who were fired. There's actually multiple former HUD employees in this room.
Yes, sir.
Who have been fired, who have said that probationary staff, interns, legal honors were fired. My question is just, are those people lying to us, or would you like to correct the comments you made to the ranking member?
No, sir. The number that I have, we have 2,400 people.
No. I'm asking you, were people fired?
And I did say to your colleagues that I would get the exact number to you if we have people that have been fired.
Okay, but you had said before that they
2,400 have
retired.
taken the DRP.
The people who are sitting in this room said they were fired.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get the numbers for you, sir.
I'm not asking for numbers. I'm asking for you to correct the statement, but maybe you don't want to correct your statement. You had mentioned to Ms. Peterson that the reason for the shortfall in the continuum of care coverage was because of litigation. I want to clarify the 2025 NOFO that you offered, because you had a deadline in January and the coverage wasn't until May, was going to lead to a 6-month gap. There was litigation filed by several states, including Illinois, that forced you to comply with the 2024 NOFA, but it was HUD's decision to shorten that to a 1-year NOFA with that short time period that would have caused a 6-month gap in continuum of care, not the litigation, correct?
No, sir, there would not have been a gap caused by that. We were on track to get the monies out.
Hang on, the NOFA required a January 14th, 2026 deadline with an award date of May 1st. At the same time, the 2024 grants started to expire on December 31st. This is a calendar issue, not a legal issue. Is May after January?
Yes, sir, we were on track.
Okay, so May's after January.
We were on
So there's
track
gonna be
to
a
get the
gap.
resources out, sir.
Well, let me just give you some sense of how this matters. The I got a message from one of our partners who provides housing yesterday who said, we have people in our permanent housing program who are on oxygen tanks with COPD receiving chemotherapy. If they lose their house for a week, much less 6 months, it is a death sentence. This is not some legal law. What is your message to people who forget about liberty and pursuit of happiness? They will lose their life if there's a 6-month gap, as would have happened in that program.
So we're very intentional on taking care of those people that are in permanent housing. We have no intentions on putting people on the streets.
But what I'm telling you is your partners on the ground in Illinois are telling us in the Illinois delegation, we are going to have to kick thousands of people out onto the streets who will die.
And so you can send them to us. We're happy to talk to them to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Well, they're not trusting that. I'm also hearing from the private sector. I know you've been very supportive of getting the private sector involved. Most of the continuum of care funding, of course, goes to landlords, right? Goes to the private sector. What's your message to those people who are sitting there and saying, I was counting on that HUD funding, and now that funding is potentially on hold for 6 months or tied up in litigation? Why should they stay in that business?
Well, sir, I would tell them it is tied up in litigation. And I think the people that want to be in this business,
But the
including our
litigation
faith-based
is
groups,
because
will
you
stay in.
The litigation is because you shortened the benefits in the program.
No, the litigation is because they don't like how we want to change the continuum of care program. That's the exact reason for the litigation.
Sir, your actions have injected uncertainty into a program. Markets don't like uncertainty.
Indeed.
The 40% of all permanent housing residents are seniors. What's your message to those seniors who are going to find themselves unhoused because the landlords aren't going to provide the housing? What's your message to the 4,000 veterans who are living in supportive housing?
We've made it very clear that we
Gentleman's time
prioritize
has
our veterans
expired.
and seniors.
I thank the gentleman from Illinois. Chair recognizes the chair of the Republican Conference, Ms. McLean from Michigan. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. It's very nice to see you again. I think we've all agreed that we have a housing issue in America, right? The affordability of housing and also the availability of housing. And it seems like both sides agree on that. I'm happy to report that Republicans are actually trying to fix it in a bipartisan fashion, which I hope we can get there. One of the things I do want to talk about is some actual legislation that we have. I remember when we had the modular housing event on the mall, and you actually came out and toured it to see it and touch it and feel it with your own hands. I appreciate that. I'm proud to have introduced legislation, the Modular Housing Protection Act, with Representative Lynch. Can you discuss how modular and manufactured homes have changed over the past 2 decades? I mean, I think of a modular home, back when I was growing up, and what we saw on the mall is completely different. And then the real question is, should these homes be eligible for federally backed mortgages? Would that help the availability and the affordability?
Yes, ma'am. So as you saw on the Innovative Housing Showcase, modular homes are a lot different than the mobile homes that we're used to back in the 70s, if you will. They're very innovative, they're creative, they're efficient. They're
beautiful.
They're beautiful. The cost to build them is half of a single-family home as we do know it. And so to get rid of the permanent chassis obviously would give us more flexibility and help the manufactured housing industry. As you know, also, it has been hard historically for people to get loans for modular housing. So all of these things are being discussed at HUD and with industry partners. Happy to discuss this with you and your team, as we know that the manufacturing home industry will be a tremendous gap filler, if you will, an opportunity for people as we attack this housing affordability issue in our country.
Thank you. I think you would agree with me that it is incorrect to blanketly classify all manufactured homes as personal property, and that's what this bill does. It reverses that, right? How does this definition of personal property on manufactured homes limit manufactured housing adoption today?
Yes, ma'am. You alluded to, the definition. We have to update a lot of the codes, definitions at HUD, in which we are tirelessly working on.
Appreciate it.
As you know, so welcome your ideas on there so that we can unleash our modular housing industry.
Yeah, I would ask everyone to support this bill. It is really crucial to the availability and the affordability, and it lets people who need homes the most actually be able to go out there and get financing. Now let me just switch a little bit to housing infrastructure. Can you discuss the roadblocks that municipalities are running into when trying to find affordable finance options to expand housing-related infrastructure?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of this has to do with the regulatory environment, both from an infrastructure, from a lending, from a capital standpoint. And this is obviously an overarching view that we've talked about immensely since our time coming to HUD and also this morning. So taking down this regulation and the regulatory environment and barriers will unleash not only the lending market, the capital market, but also the infrastructure and building.
I think this is an obvious question, but I'm going to ask it anyways, just to make my point. Every piece of regulation that we layer on top with another layer of administration, another layer of bureaucracy, another layer of regulation, does that make costs of buying a home go up or go down?
It makes it go up.
Absolutely. And I think us here, we're really trying to focus on getting rid of the barriers to entry and actually making housing more affordable. Put the power back in the people's hands.
Yeah.
Do you have an estimate on what these regulatory costs would be for an average home?
Yes, ma'am. About 25% of the cost to build a single-family home is regulation. About 40% of the cost of a multifamily project is in regulations, and it is not sustainable. We have to bring it down.
Thank you. And I think we just need to continue. There's one thing to talk about helping people. There's another thing to pass legislation to actually let people get in and buy their first home. That is affordable, that is reasonable. So I applaud your work and I applaud your efforts. And I really applaud the fact that you get out there and touch it and feel it and see it. So thank you for the work that you've done. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, who's the ranking member of our Subcommittee on National Security. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. And to you, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to get through a few different topics with you, so you're going to bear with me. I'm going to try to speed through these because I have a lot of questions because housing is personal to me. My very first job after college was with a public housing authority, and for more than a decade, I was a consultant to HUD with relocation contracts. So it's a big deal to me. And in my home state of Ohio, the latest GAP report shows that we're facing a shortage of some more than 250,000 affordable rental homes for extremely low-income renters. In order to afford a fair market rent, 2-bedroom apartment in Columbus, Ohio, a household must earn at least $27.79 an hour. Under your leadership, the department has slashed, significantly scaling back operations at several regional and field offices across the country, reducing HUD's ability to serve communities on the ground or oversee housing programs. I've been in constant communication with our not-for-profits and affordable housing stakeholders over the last year, and they have all told me that their inquiries to HUD have gone unanswered for months. So I'm going to ask you to respond to that, but let me also ask you, do you remember getting any of the many letters that I addressed to you? I mean, you knew you were coming in here, you probably figured I'd ask you that question.
Yes, ma'am. We have.
Do you know it's a yes or no?
We
It's
get
a yes or
many
no.
letters.
No, come on, work with me.
We get many
Mr.
letters,
Secretary.
ma'am.
So the answer is no. You don't remember getting the one from me.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
let
Yes,
me
ma'am,
just
I
tell
do.
you. You do?
I was
Did you
informed
answer
that we
it?
get many letters from you and
It's
others
my
from this
time.
committee.
Secretary Turner, it's my time. So since you remembered it, I didn't get an answer from you. Several letters. Now, on Friday, we got basically a form letter from your staff because you knew you were coming in here and we were going to ask you that. So I just wanted that for the record.
Well, I'm glad that we responded.
No, it was not a good response. That's insulting what you just said. It wasn't a
ma'am.
good response.
I said
It
I'm
was a
glad that
form
we
letter.
did respond, ma'am.
Well, a year. You shouldn't be proud of a year to give me a response. So, what is your explanation for the breakdown in communication with housing organizations? In addition to me, my organizations have said that they have not heard from you. So can you tell me what are the staffing cuts increasing? How are these staffing cuts increasing the supply of affordable housing for my constituents?
Yes, ma'am, Congressman. I'm not aware of any communication issues, but I'm happy to work with
Well,
you
let's
and
talk
your
about the
team on a
cuts.
communications
Look,
issue.
my time. Let's talk about the cuts now.
Okay.
What's your explanation on the staffing cuts increasing the supply of affordable housing for my constituents?
Ma'am, we have adequate staff at HUD. We have not missed a beat as it pertains to servicing the American people, either in our field offices, our regional offices, or here at our headquarters.
That's
And
not true. So let me just go to the next.
Extremely
My
confident
time.
we'll
Let me
keep
go
it
to the
up.
next question. Let me go to the next question.
Okay.
I'm also very upset because when you look at HUD's changes to the fiscal year 25 notice of funding opportunities for the continuum of care, following up with what Sean Caston had brought up, which HUD temporarily withdrew and reissued in December. I am aware that the notice of funding opportunity was blocked by a federal judge, but if HUD's changes to the program are successful, Ohio will lose $80 million in permanent housing for formerly homeless people, and we will drop from $114 million to $34 million. Across Ohio, 10,000 households, including children and veterans and people with disabilities, they will lose their housing. Secretary Turner, how will destabilizing housing for 10,000 households, people who have a place to live that they now call home, address the homelessness and how you'll solve the housing crises in my home state?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that these changes that we'll make will actually help us to serve.
What are the
people,
changes?
actually
I don't want
serve them
words.
better.
I want you to give me actions. What will you specifically have your folks do?
We will not only concentrate on housing people, actually treating people so that they can get healthy and
How will you treat
transformed, and actually wraparound
Now, come
services,
on.
ma'am. Wraparound services like
Well,
my
let's
uncle
talk
have
about
used,
wraparound
like
services.
Mrs. Peterson's wife, mother has used wraparound services to treat the real root cause of homelessness. This will help us better serve.
Okay, let me ask you on that. I'm glad you mentioned wraparound
Gentlewoman's
services.
time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Secretary Turner, it's good to see you. I want to start specifically with an issue in Florida. I've received significant outreach in my state on an issue dealing with a 2008 Fannie Mae policy regarding the application of the limited review process for condominiums. For 17 years, this policy has only applied to Florida and has negatively impacted condominium owners throughout my state. Under B4-2.2-04 of the Selling Guide, Floridians seeking to purchase a condo are required to put 25% down up front and are subject to a 75% loan to value, while the rest of the country qualifies for 90%. What actions are required by the FHFA to fix this and make Florida subject to the same lending terms as the rest of America?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman Donald. It's great to see you again. I will make sure that we work very closely with our partners at FHFA to make sure that Florida residents, as it pertains to your issue, are being treated appropriately and fairly in this issue, and happy to work with you and your staff as we go forward on that.
Absolutely, because this is something, obviously, in our real estate market, as we're having a transition of units from buyer to seller, it's really, especially in light of the fact of the affordability issues when it comes to housing, not just in Florida, but in the United States writ large. I think it's important that the state of Florida and their residents have an opportunity to really not be disadvantaged just because they chose to make Florida their home. One other question, obviously the median age for first-time home buyers has been increasing for quite some time in the United States. What are some of the factors, as you see, that are contributing to the rise?
Yes, sir. Well, I think our fiscal house was not in order. The cost to buy a home, the cost to build a home, inflation was at an all-time high, mortgage rates were at an all-time high, interest rates were at an all-time high, but under President Trump's leadership, these things are coming down day by day. Really, the proof is in the pudding. Mortgage rates are down. People are starting to buy houses now and getting loans. So as we get our fiscal house in order, as we secure our border and actually focus on the American people, I believe that the American dream is right in view and grasp of many, many more people in the days to come.
Listen, I want to thank your agency for doing some work around the innovation of constructing new homes. I heard your commentary with my colleague from the state of Michigan about the future of modular housing. It is not These are not trailer parks. And that's not to demean trailer parks. I think there are people who they've chosen that to be their home, whether it's the 70s or 80s, and live in them in my state, like in other states around the country. But I think it's important for people to understand that the future of home construction isn't just about site-built homes. It's also about homes that are actually manufactured in facilities and then actually brought out to the home site and stood up. And especially for Floridians, what I've seen, and I know you've seen this as well, Mr. Secretary, is that the construction standards meet the hurricane codes in Florida and can meet the codes of just about any jurisdiction in the United States. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, Mr. Turner, with the.
No, I'm in total agreement. You know, I'm for the manufacturing industry, so whatever we can do to unleash them in the appropriate manner to serve the American people, I'm for it.
All right, well, listen, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Votes have been called on the House floor, and pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess. Subject to the call of the chair, we'll reconvene immediately after the floor votes. If everybody would remain seated before the secretary could excuse himself.
Okay.
He's staying. The committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York. Mr. Lawler, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Housing affordability is one of the most common concerns I hear from my constituents, as numerous factors, including high mortgage rates and taxes, and most critically, a limited supply of housing, are making this the most difficult time to purchase a home in a generation. One of the goals of the Bipartisan Housing for the 21st Century Act is to modernize and reform outdated housing programs to better fit the needs of today. And as you strive to achieve the same goals in your role as Secretary, it is critical that we be working together and providing accountability and transparency to the American people. I'm proud to have included in the Housing for the 21st Century Act my HUD Accountability Act. This would, for the first time, require the HUD Secretary to testify before the committee on an annual basis, which is not currently statutorily mandated. Would you support a yearly requirement, I know you've had a lot of fun today, for the HUD Secretary to testify before Congress? And would yearly testimony ensure you and future secretaries ensure that HUD is accountable and transparent to Congress and the American people?
Well, Congressman, it's always good to see you, sir. Great to visit with you yesterday. To be honest, to hear about to come every single year, I'm happy to see all of you, but accountability is important.
Yeah.
Transparency is important. And when we take these jobs, we want to be accountable to the mission that we have. So happy to always be available to speak to you and your colleagues.
Appreciate it. For decades, NYCHA and other troubled public housing agencies have failed many families, and oversight mechanisms have fallen short. I'm proud to have introduced and had included in the Housing for 21st Century Act my Improving Public Housing Agency Accountability Act and the Accountability for NYCHA Act, legislation that will ensure proper oversight is being conducted and reforms are enacted for the residents of these housing authorities. NYCHA each year receives billions of dollars annually, and in 2024 they had over 70 employees indicted for bribery and other crimes in a single day. Preventing waste, fraud, and abuse in taxpayer-backed programs remains a critical goal of this administration. What tools does HUD already have to address improper payments and program integrity that have not been used consistently?
Thank you, sir. And I agree. You know, we talked about NYCHA extensively here in this committee, and indeed there is corruption or accountability, not only in NYCHA, but other PHAs across our country, which we are obviously responsible for. And Irv Dennis and our Chief Financial Officer, their office are working on projects to make sure that we validate and receive subrecipient data as it pertains to contractors and others, to make sure that we're validating everyone and make sure the money that is being allocated is used properly and appropriately, because as you know, this is American taxpayer money.
No question, and certainly there's an enormous amount of work to modernize the department and improve the efficiency and impact on services and really the accountability to taxpayers. And I think the administration is doing a tremendous amount of work to help address the cost of living more generally, as folks have been struggling for years with rampant inflation and unaffordability, as well as the overall cost of living, whether we talk about groceries, whether we talk about insurance, whether we talk about utility costs. And these are all things that we are working to rein in, both in a Republican-led House and in the administration. But I think it is also critical to ensure that while we're pursuing these goals, that we are preventing service disruptions for those who need it, including individuals and families experiencing homelessness. And so I urge you to keep that in mind as the department explores changes to the continuum of care grants that we've heard a lot about, and really for all other programs that Americans are relying on. I think there's a lot we can do, but at the end of the day, this really comes down to supply and demand. We need to build more housing in this country. We're 8 million units plus underbuilt nationwide. That is what is driving the increase in cost for housing, for rent, and it makes it harder for the funds that we do dedicate to go further. And so we need to be addressing some of the impediments to building more housing. We need to increase the flow of capital into the public so that people can purchase a home, that people can build homes, et cetera, and have greater supply to address the unaffordability issue that we see all across this country.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, for holding this important hearing. And thank you, Secretary Turner, for being here with us today. As a fellow Texan, it is nice to have you here. And if we can have you here on an annual basis, it is such a pleasure for us. And my district is in deep South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley. And housing has become a dream that many of our young folks feel is just not attainable anymore. Thankfully, this committee, under the leadership of Chairman Hill, we have focused on addressing these concerns through our Housing for the 21st Century Act. I also want to thank you for your efforts in refocusing HUD on housing affordability. That being said, Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you would acknowledge that in order for HUD to serve those who need housing assistance most, you must first ensure that HUD is a good steward of our tax dollars. Well, shockingly, in the last Congress, your predecessor sat right in your chair, and when I asked her if there was any fraud, waste, and abuse, she said no. Now that you've been here a year in your position, please share with us any fraud, waste, and abuse that you've had, and talk about HUD's most recent financial report released in December, highlighting potential payment errors of $5 billion that were made under the Biden administration.
Yes, ma'am, and that's unfortunate that my predecessor said there was no waste, fraud, and abuse because HUD had been wrought with waste, fraud, and abuse. When we first came in, we found about $1.9 billion in misplaced funds. I'm not sure how you misplaced almost $2 billion, but we took the appropriate steps to deobligate that and send it back to the Treasury. We found $4 million just in DEI contracts that had nothing to do with housing, and so we canceled those contracts because that's American taxpayer money. You mentioned the $5 billion in improper payments that we are on top of. We have a tremendous CFO in Irv Dennis in that office. We want to make sure that the money that American taxpayers work for hard every day is used appropriately, and the stewardship is there for the American people. We are mission-minded at HUD, and we will continue to root out fraud and waste and abuse and hold people accountable who defraud the American people.
What I love that you've said over and over again throughout this hearing is a good steward of taxpayer money. And I think that's what the American people want us to do, is they want us to help those most in need and not have the waste and the fraud that we've been finding and that you just mentioned. Now, Mr. Secretary, I'm going to turn our attention to something that is near and dear to my heart and yours, and that is opportunity zones. And this is an initiative that you helped lead during the first Trump administration. And as you know, with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the opportunity zones are now a permanent part of our tax code. So I think this represents an incredible opportunity, not only for those in South Texas to spur housing development and bring down costs, but for all American communities. Can you share what HUD is doing to encourage housing development in opportunity zones?
Yes, ma'am. We're excited about the continuation and the permanency of opportunity zones because they were so transformative and important since 2018 to 2019 in the last Trump administration. We expect that there should be over $100 billion invested in opportunity zones, hundreds of thousands of units of housing built, and people being lifted out of poverty. And that precedent has already been set because of the first round that we saw in data and results in opportunity zones. Single-family housing, job creation, business creation is of utmost priority in opportunity zones, but in particular for housing and single-family, not just in urban, but also in our rural parts of our country to make sure that revitalization is coming in a very powerful way.
You mentioned opportunities to lift people out of poverty, small businesses, and different single-dwelling homes that are available. Does HUD have all of the opportunity zone data that it needs currently? And are there any tools that HUD needs from Congress to better leverage the opportunity zone opportunity?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thank you. Yes, ma'am, we do have the data from our Opportunity Zone policy and initiative. The more data, the better. And so I'm happy to hear any ideas that you and your colleagues have on that and data collection to make sure that we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing and the results are there.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wonderful to be with you, Secretary Turner. You said in February of 25 that you were committed to reforming HUD with the goal of lowering the cost of housing and expanding our housing supply. And we all agree with that, right? So right now, these are the numbers. 75% of Americans cannot afford a home. Number two, 92% of construction firms report having trouble filling positions that they have open. Number three, 20,000 homes were not built last year. My question to you is, why is that happening?
Well, that's a great question, and that's a lot of information. When we first came in, the president inherited a real mess. Our fiscal house was not in order. Interest rates were at an all-time high. The cost to build anything was at an all-time high. Mortgage rates were at an all-time high. Inflation was at an all-time high. So if you see the president, as you've seen under his leadership, we've been bringing these numbers down to make sure that housing is affordable for people in our country.
Mr. Right there, housing needs to be affordable. Affordable housing means that the home is built at a price
Yes, ma'am.
with a developer, and I know that very well. Coming from Miami, we have a lot of construction. A lot of my supporters are developers, and you only make money if you can build a home at a price where you make money, and then whatever the selling price is, right? Then everyone is happy.
Yes.
Public sector and the buyer.
Right. So we have to
Right
bring
now,
those costs down.
1 in 3
Okay.
tradesmen, carpenter, drywall installers, roofers, framers, they are immigrants. You have a seat at the table in the cabinet, and you know that the construction sector is losing that stable, secure labor force. And the United States citizens are not choosing to fill those jobs. Don't you think that maybe you can tell the president that right now we do not have the hands that we need in those sectors in order to continue having affordability in the housing industry?
Yes, ma'am. That's a concern that we've heard. But I personally believe that we have the American workers to
But
take
how come
these
they're
jobs.
not, I agree with that too, but how come they're not choosing and willing to engage in those sectors? Because then the developers do not then need to hire any immigrants because they have the American labor force willing to do it. So
Yes, ma'am.
do you agree that Americans choose not to fill those jobs? 1 in 3 in the sector, in the construction sector, is an immigrant.
Well, I will say this. I don't know why they're not choosing those jobs. Those jobs are available. We have many. I come from the
But you know they're not
construction and
choosing,
development
right? So, okay, so
industry,
National
I know we have the
Association of Home
workers.
Builders, National Association of General Contractors, National Association of Roofing Association, National Association of Mason Contractors, the Brick Industry Association of the United States Chamber of Commerce agrees with a piece of legislation that I introduced called the Dignity Act. Why? Because they need the hands. So what is it that these people know that the administration has not been able to grasp yet about the construction sector? What do you think that is?
That is a lot of associations that you named off. And maybe they should do a survey with private sector people and ask them why they're not taking these jobs. If they have all this data, I would be interested to say, what is the reason that the American people are not taking these jobs? And I think you should go to
And
these
they're losing
associations.
the only people who are willing to do those jobs. So we have a very big void here. Do you agree with that? So how are we going to solve that? We're going to talk about housing and affordability, but if we don't have the hands, how can we get to that goal?
Well, I think we have to get back to encouraging the trades. You know, for many years in this country, the trades sector went down. Builders, welders, carpenters, plumbers, because we talk about college and we talk about all these
I agree
other
with
things,
you,
which
but in
is
the
good.
meantime,
But we have to
the
talk about the
affordability.
trades to get people involved in the
I
trades.
agree with you.
We
Let's
have the
teach our
American
kids
people.
how to do that. But in the meantime, what do?
We got to teach them how to build. We got to encourage them to build. American jobs for American people.
I agree. In the meantime, what do we do?
Continue to enforce and encourage the trades and make sure that American people have American jobs. That's our priority.
Thank you. I yield back.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Hodopoulos, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to see you again. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you today. Earlier, some questions brought up about Section 8 housing. And I wanted to, one, recognize your good efforts on those to look for potential violators. How are we using the different tools that we have, mystery shopping, for example, to identify some of those folks who aren't playing by the rules?
Yes, sir. We are very intentional about holding our PHAs accountable and land and homeowners accountable. We are working with our CFO's office, with Irv Dennis, with Project Hugs and others to make sure that we're verifying payments. And for the first time, really in HUD's history, we are verifying our project-based rental assistance and our tenant-based rental assistance to make sure that these monies are going to the people that they're supposed to be going to and used appropriately.
I appreciate that, a good effort. We already know that under the FHA, loans are already assumable, but the feature is often underused due to administrative complexity and high upfront cost. Is HUD looking at ways to clarify or streamline FHA rules or loan assumption processes so they're more accessible to buyers and sellers?
Yes, sir. Our housing office is working diligently as it pertains to streamlining our processes with Frank Cassidy and Matt Jones and Lamar Seats and others. This is a discussion, and they've also executed on this, as you know, to make this process more streamlined and quicker to the market. So, yes, sir.
And one final question, if I could. How does simplifying FHA program requirements encourage lender participation and support housing supply, especially in high-growth states, as Ms. Salazar brought up, the state of Florida? We are desperate need of more housing so we can bring down costs. Supply and demand laws, I believe in. They're not made here in Congress. They're in the real marketplace. What are we doing there to try to make sure that we encourage that lender participation, which is so vital?
Yes, sir. I believe in when you streamline the process and you make the process easier, you have the ability to get more loans for more home buyers, to build more homes across our country. So streamlining it is very important, and we're working very diligently on that day by day.
And is there any piece of legislation that we have either in the kitty now or that you'd like to work on? I'd love to work with you on that. I think it's so vital that we look for that lender participation because, again, we had a real challenge over the last 4 years with 10 million people coming here illegally. And that is a supply and law reality. When you have 10 million people looking for housing, you're going to have challenges, to say the least. And so any way that we can get more participation, and again, you're on the front lines, you have the expertise, and we'd love to follow that lead so that we can offer more alternatives, more supply to drive down that cost, as you guys have already done a great job of reducing interest rates in our first year in office. So thank you for your leadership on this, Mr. Secretary. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, the chair of the House Homeland Security Committee. Mr. Garbarino, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Secretary. Thank you very much for being here. You've emphasized consumer empowerment, self-sufficiency, and the importance of education in helping families achieve sustainable homeownership. These principles are especially important given the growing sophistication of threats in the housing market. FBI data indicate that real estate-related fraud losses have more than doubled since 2019, with cyber-enabled fraud reaching $16.6 billion in 2024. Industry data further shows that roughly 30% of title insurance claims stem from fraud or forgery, often involving six-figure losses for both homeowners and lenders. Given the risk profile, how should HUD think about consumer education on real estate fraud?
That's very important, sir, and thank you. You know, education is of utmost priority in our FHA and our housing department at HUD, and we will continue to use our housing counselors at HUD to make sure that people are well educated so that fraud does not take place. We want to literally do what has not been done, and that's to help people as they go through the housing process to make sure that they're not being taken advantage of.
Is there something HUD can do? Can they partner with the title insurance industry to to both prevent fraudulent transactions before they occur, as well as protect homeowners and lenders when defects or fraud still go through?
Yes, sir. I do love working with our industry partners. You know, we visit with people at HUD all the time that are experts in the industry to make sure that we're hearing any concerns or ideas or strategies they may have so that we can better serve the American people. So yes, sir.
Appreciate that. And someone who's done thousands of real estate closings in my prior life, our title industry partners were some of the best assets that I had at a closing table. So I don't want to switch gears here a little bit, though. In 2024, the Biden administration rewrote HUD's federal flood risk management standards to dramatically expands the floodplain boundaries, both vertically and horizontally, based on climate-driven modeling rather than historical risk. HUD then delayed the compliance for single-family construction until February of 2026, effectively acknowledging that the rule would significantly disrupt housing and development and affordability. On Long Island, where I'm from, where housing costs are already among the highest in the nation and buildable land is extremely limited, this rule would further restrict development, drive up construction costs, and push homeownership even further out of reach for working families. With the current waiver now expiring, or near expiring, will HUD extend this waiver again to avoid worsening housing affordability?
Yes, sir. We are in discussions with that, and I agree with you. It's not necessary. We need to go back to what it was to make sure that we're not hindering development of all kinds of housing in our country.
And just further about extending the waiver, is HUD, are you currently prepared or preparing for possibly moving forward with rulemaking to either revise or repeal this regulation so it doesn't have to, so?
Yes, sir. We'll get back to you on that and work with you and your team. I don't want to get ahead of our housing department, but obviously we are in discussions with these things, but we're happy to work with you and keep you abreast.
Great, absolutely. Look, I said, extending the waiver is great, but it's a bad rule. I think that's why they put the waiver or the delay in. So fixing it while we still have time is probably a great idea.
Thank you.
Again, I'm going to change topics again. If you recall, during the Biden administration, the FHFA proposed moving away from the longstanding tri-merge credit reporting requirement for conventional mortgages. Members of this committee raised serious concerns that such a change would undermine the safety and soundness of the housing finance system by increasing underwriting risks and reducing transparency at a critical point in the mortgage process. These concerns were further compounded by the likelihood that weakening this standard would ultimately raise borrowing costs for consumers, as lenders would be forced to price in greater uncertainty and risk. As you know, FHA loans continue to rely on tri-merge credit report as the gold standard for underwriting. Maintaining this requirement serves an important prudential guardrail to protect both market stability and consumers. Do you agree, Mr. Secretary, that the tri-merge credit report requirement continues to serve as a critical prudential safeguard for both consumer protection and systemic stability in the FHA and broader mortgage market?
Yes, sir.
That's great to hear, and it'll take me longer than 15 seconds to read my next question, so I'm just going to submit it to you in writing, but it has to do with for FAA, issue a draft FHA mortgagee letter about mortgage servicers and subservicers. So
okay, thank you,
I'm going to submit that in writing to you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back, Chairman.
Appreciate you.
The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Glad to have you here with us today. In Western North Carolina, communities are still grappling with the devastation that was caused by Hurricane Helene back in 2024. The storm damaged or destroyed more than 74,000 homes and caused an estimated $15.4 billion in housing losses in North Carolina alone. For most families in these mountain communities, flood insurance was not an option. When you think about it, you're on a mountain, you don't generally think of floods, although, and I think it's important people understand this, a landslide is actually considered a flood event, as you know, which a lot of people didn't know that. But as a result of the lack of the flood insurance, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program has become the primary federal resource for rebuilding homes. So for these folks, time matters. So I want to, first of all, Mr. Secretary, thank you and thank the President for moving so quickly to get disaster recovery resources to work in North Carolina. And I think it's also worth noting the first trip that the President took since when he took office January last year was to North Carolina, and it was an honor to accompany him there. He told the folks that I represent and others represent he would be back, and he has kept that. And I got to say, Mr. Secretary, your agency has also stepped up. But under the previous administrations, the CDBG DR funds took years to move from congressional appropriation to actual construction. So I know you all are working on trying to deal with this, getting those funds deployed, but what are you finding are the primary causes of delay in getting those funds from the appropriation construction to getting it actually from here essentially to there where folks need it?
Yes, sir. Well, and thank you. I have been in North Carolina to visit the families there. That was one of the first trips that I took in my time when I was confirmed here, and grateful for those families. I did see a resiliency that I had not seen in a long time. I'm grateful for the American people in North Carolina. It's processes, and we've been working on streamlining our processes here. As you know, we got $12 billion in CDBG DR out. We have a great team in our CPD office that is very intentional about streamlining the processes and getting the funds out the door to the people who need them.
Right. And what steps has HUD taken to streamline those approvals and to reduce the administrative burden on the states and localities?
Yes, sir. Well, we're taking out all the duplicative processes. We're only those processes that are needed. And we have a tremendous team to help people along the way in the process that may have questions. We're always available to walk people through that process, where before I don't think that was available, which was a backlog, if you will, and resources getting out of the door. So again, we have a tremendous team in CPD, and that's the reason why you see resources going out in an expeditious manner.
One of the longstanding frustrations, again, we're talking about the past, has been the lack of transparency and consistency as well. It seems like every disaster brings a new set of rules, waivers, requirements, and you have these local governments and you have individuals who are just they just want to get rebuilt. What methodology, if you know, does HUD use when determining these allocations?
The methodology to determine the allocations for CDBG?
Correct.
Yes, sir. We do have a process, as you know, and our team, I'm happy to have them talk with you and your team to make sure they can walk you through this step by step so that you have a greater understanding. But we are trying to make that process easier as we speak for the people that receive these grants, because that has been a problem in time past. But I believe that now it's becoming more simpler, but it will continue to be worked on so the methodology is simple for everybody that applies and receives these grants.
And then, I know my understanding is y'all are sharing more data now from HUD with FEMA and also with SBA to improve the efficiency as well. And I know one of the frustration I know always is get the money out now, but we also have to guard against the waste, the fraud, and the abuse.
Absolutely.
So, and I applaud the administration's efforts in doing that as well. Beyond disaster recovery, housing affordability remains one of the most pressing issues that we have. Home ownership's increasingly out of reach, and communities continue really to struggle with housing shortage driven by years of underbuilding. What reforms do you think would allow the home program, to support housing production more effectively?
Yes, sir. We have to bring down regulations, number one, from a federal and a local state standpoint. When you bring regulations down, it brings the cost down. When the cost down, it helps us to build more supply. We have a supply issue in our country, and so we've been very intentional. You see the president is taking very bold steps to working on housing affordability, and so all of our programs are under analysis and review to make sure they help us to accomplish the mission at HUD.
Great. Well, thank you for doing that. My time's expired. Appreciate the good work that you're doing, and next time you're in North Carolina, let me know. I'll treat you to some barbecue. I want to ask you which one's your favorite. Yeah. It'll be my treat. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank Secretary Turner for coming in for his testimony today. But I'd also like to trump Mr. Moore down there and invite you back down to South Texas to have some real barbecue.
Yes, ma'am. Now, wait a minute.
Thank you.
You're going to meddling now, Madam Chair.
Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response. Secretary Turner, please respond to no later than February 25th, 2026, and I will see you in Texas. This hearing is adjourned.